and welcome to the Trent Excalibur YouTube page. Today we are looking at some OUA lacrosse action here between the McMaster Marauders and the Queens Gales. We have just gone underway after that first draw control, which went in favor of the Gales. Queens is coming in with a 3-1 record. Meanwhile, the Marauders have got off to a rough start this season with an 0-4 record, looking to get their first win here. The Gales are pressuring early. Looking to make some cuts here. There's Piper Scott. Gales coming off of a 2-win weekend against U of T Varsity Blues and the Ottawa GGs. Both of those matches were quite convincing. The Gales got off to a 12-3 win against the Blues. And here come the Gales once again, looking for a quick pass. Can't quite get that past the net. And that is intercepted there by number 7, Rachel Holmes for McMaster. Holmes did a good job of positioning herself there on defense. Here's JJ Hesh now. So there is a foul by the Marauders, and Queens will get possession back after fighting for that ground ball. There's Sophia Wilson here for the Gales. Gales pressuring early on. McMaster has not made it out of their defensive zone, as Queens has set up shop here, looking to get an early goal and strike first. And there's a quick cut in by the Gales. A pass, but there's Scott spinning, finding Latoski. Latoski looking to cut in. And a quick shot goes into the hands of the keeper there for McMaster. And now McMaster going the other way. And here comes Julia Green pushing the pace now. McMaster pressuring for the first time this game. Quick pass in, but intercepted. Both teams fighting over that loose ball, and it's going to be Queens picking it up and going the other way. Here on the transition fast break. And that's going to be JJ Hesh looking to follow that ball and pick it up for the Marauders. Hesh passes it down to Nicolas. And Nicolas is going to be pushing down. So McMaster here in the offensive zone defended, and a great job there by Queens to snag that ball back. So both teams going back and forth here early. The only shot on net was by the Gales, and they're going to get another try at it. Gales here, Carson Fowler. Quick cut here. Queens making some quick work of the Marauders and picking up their first goal of the game. That looked like it was off the stick of Taya Dory. So Dory gets the Gales on the board early on in this match. So that draw control will have to go again. The Marauders are going to look to answer after letting up an early goal here in the first quarter. Both teams scrapping for this ball, finally picked up by the Marauders. And Queens pressuring, and they force a turnover there on the Marauders. And it's going to be the Queens Gales looking to reset and get back on offense. Taken down by Kennedy Coughlin. And here's Dory pushing the pace, getting downfield with the ball. Back down to Megan Latosky behind the net. Faller now. Back down to Lee. Lee, quick jab step, looking for some room. And decides to dump that pass off. And there's a good shot there. And number 11, Ruby Charney, adds another one to the Gales score. It's 2-0. That was a great play set up there. A lot of ball movement for the Gales. And it was Charney who finishes the job. And so the assist by Abby Lee allows the Charney goal. And they get past Kate Staley for a second time. So it's going to be Alicia Nicholas taking on Josie Clark here in this draw control. Nicholas for the Marauders and Clark for the Gales. And that ball is up and fought over. And the Gales win that draw control, going the other way. A quick fast break here, looking for another chance to score. Back out to Charney. Charney finds Lee. And Queens did a great job of getting downfield and getting set up quickly. Defended by Hesh. Latosky looking to make a cut in. There's a quick dump off. Great passes here by the Gales, cutting through this Marauders defense. More work done by Charney. Charney rips a shot just above the net. And that goes out of bounds. Back to the Gales. Gales doing some more work here with Wilson. Wilson down to Charney. Looking for a good play. There's a great cut there, and Megan Latosky finishes that job. And that was a great cut on the inside, getting past her defender and picking up goal number 3 for the Gales. 3 different scorers here. And so the Marauders here looking to make a shift change and get things back on track after falling behind early on here to Queens. McMaster last time out had a rough weekend on September 13th. They lost to Brock 9-4 and Guelph 12-2. So looking to get their season back on track, but so far it's looking like Queens has the control over this match. Marauders opt to go back to Hesh. Hesh over to Steele. And Sophie Steele running through the Gales right now. Absolutely cutting them up. And so the Gales going the other way here. Looking to pressure Mac once again. And they get through that midfield with ease here. And it's number 22, Abby Lee, leading the charge. Lee sends that behind the net, and it's a missed connection, but the Gales pick it right back up. So Queens settling into the Marauder zone, looking to find those quick passes on the inside. They've been great at connecting so far. And there is a quick shot, and I believe that was off the stick of 22, Abby Lee. So that goal came out of nowhere, and the Gales have struck once again. And it's looking like it's all Queens Gales early on here. So it's going to be Holmes taking this draw control for the Marauders. So far being outscored 3-2. And there. Couldn't quite get it under control, but it is going to be Mac winning that one. And going the other way here. That's going to be Vanessa Winey. And the Gales force that ball to come out, but it is recovered. And so the Marauders have another chance here. They've got Sophie Steele behind the net. Green applying pressure. And another cut here by the Marauders, spinning move. Looking to find an open space. And just denied. McMaster going in, and that is off of Aaron Hull. And Aaron Hull was a Rookie of the Year for the Gales in 2024. So it's going to be tough to get by her. Aside from the 16-3 loss against Trent, Aaron Hull has only allowed 8 goals on the year. And that's throughout 3 games. So an impressive start to this year for Hull. And that pass off of Rachel Holmes gets knocked away. So both teams fighting over possession here. And there's just 50 seconds left on the clock now. And so it's in the hands of Hull. She's in control, passing this down, looking to get one last playoff here before time expires in the first quarter. And here comes Piper Scott for the Gales. She's got 2 Marauders on her. And Scott. And what a play there by the Gales to find that connection. And so that was number 3, Leah Quinn, finishing the job off of the assist. And so a great connection there. Piper Scott finding Leah Quinn, and it is 5-0 as time is running extremely low in the first period. There's 17 seconds left on the game clock.
Queen's goal scored by number 3, Leah Quinn, assisted by number 24, Piper Scott.
Queens fighting over this draw control. Great job there by Carson Fowler. And she was actually another Rookie of the Year in 2024 for the Gales. And now here comes Abby Lee, and time is going to run out in this first quarter, but it's the Gales off to a strong start, leading 5-0. So stick with us as we head into quarter number 2. It'll be about a 2-minute break. Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium here. We are entering the second quarter of play between the Queens Gales and the McMaster Marauders, and it has been a dominant showing so far by the Gales, hopping out to an early 5-0 lead, and they've spent most of their time with offensive possession here and just setting up shot in that McMaster zone. So we'll see if that continues or if the Marauders can spark a little flame and get their offense going. So here comes the first draw control of the quarter. And that looks like it's going to be, still fighting over it. And that's going to be scooped up by the Gales. And that's Abby Lee going the other way now. And Abby Lee taking a quick pass, finding the shot. And Latoski cannot connect for her second goal of the game. Blocked there by Kate Staley. And that's going to be JJ Hesh in control of this ball. She's going to look to push the pace. And so the Marauders finally get into that Queens defensive zone. And here's Morgan Randall. Morgan Randall scored 2 games against Western in that 10-6 loss. Now it's Latoski for the Gales, looking to go the other way. And Latoski taking it all the way to the net and right behind it, so they are going to set up here with Leah Quinn. Quinn has Latoski and Thomas as options. And that ball is going to trickle all the way back after that missed connection, but Taya Dory picks that one up. Lee on that far side looking for an opening. Can't get a pass off quite yet. Does find Thomas. Thomas still with the ball, taking her time here, looking for an opening, trying to find a quick pass as a player cuts, and there goes Leah Quinn. Applying more pressure. Thomas, spin move, looking for a shot. No way by. Retreats back to Leah Quinn. And so the Gales really slowing down the pace here, looking for their best option. And there's Latoski making a cut inside, finding Thomas at the top of the helm. And a quick cut there, and that does find the back of the net. So that's Abby Lee, 22. And that's her second of the game. And it is 6-0 for the Gales. And so Queens continuing their dominance after a great offensive possession there. Really moving that ball around, looking for their best chance at a score. And it's Abby Lee who breaks through for his second.
Queen's goal scored by number 22, Abby Lee.
And so here come the Gales. That's Usher sending that down to Thomas. And Gales once again setting up their offense here, moving that ball around. There's Fowler, former Rookie of the Year. Cut in by Thomas, looking for a score. And Thomas still no pass out there by Thomas. Finally, she gets an outlet. And it's Fowler here, going right back to Thomas. She's been the commander of this offensive possession so far. Finding a pass, quick cut in there, but it goes off the stick of Staley. And recovered by Gales. And so Queens gets another chance here after McMaster had that stop. And the Marauders have to be kicking themselves after that. Back down to Thomas. Makes a quick juke, looking for space. Defended well. Here's Latoski, guarded by Hesh. The Gales with a quick move there, but that gets coughed up and Perino gets in the way there. Some solid defense by the Marauders there by Hesh and Perino. And it is going to be a free position shot. Here it comes. They opt for the pass. Latoski can't handle it. And so the Marauders get away with that one. Had that pass connected, that surely would have been a great opportunity for Latoski. And Carson Fowler here struggling with the ball, but finally scoops it up. Fowler with a quick cut, looking for a shot, and that's going to dribble outside. So here's the Gales pushing once again with Summer Thomas. So the Gales looking to attack with Latoski, finds that pass out. Great spin move there by Wilson. Out to Latoski. And it's going to be the Gales with an extremely long, extended period of time here in McMaster's defensive zone. Yet to score and looking for a chance there, but can't connect with the net. So the Gales will remain with possession. They've gotten 3 shots off, but none of them connecting. Leah Quinn there with that spinning shot. And that's going to be a fight for that ground ball. And now Kaylee Spencer picking that one up, but she does step out of bounds, and that is a unforced turnover. And so the Gales get another chance here after McMaster almost escaped. Thomas once again. The Gales fighting for this loose ball. The Marauders really attacking. But there is a foul. And Gales will get possession. So Usher looking to cut inside, finds a pass. Good connection there with Fowler. And Latoski had a shot there that looked like it was off the post. And Kate Staley scoops it up, and now it's going to be McMaster going the other way. And blocked by Latoski. And the Gales really applying the pressure here. And so here come the Gales once again, a short offensive possession for the Marauders. And so Thomas trying to sneak through the Marauder zone, but coughs up that ball. And the Gales doing a great job of keeping the McMaster defenders at bay, not allowing them to get any ball moving through and break through the midfield. Mac just really hasn't had the opportunity to set up comfortably in the Gales zone, and that is again a turnover for McMaster as they tried to attack the Gales. Now here comes Kenna McKee through the midfield. Looking for options, looking for any cuts. McKee going all by herself and gets stopped there by Hesh. And absolutely bodied, but no call. So JJ Hesh with a great defensive play there, forcing the McKee to drop that ball. And so there goes Holmes for McMaster, but both teams fighting for possession. It's going to be the Gales getting that foul call, and Thomas now leading the charge. Thomas has Tyadori. The Gales, a quick spin move there, and just coughed up by Taya Robbins. And so here is Holmes once again, trying to get through the midfield. And so here goes Holmes, bringing that all the way up, and it's finally the Marauders in that Queen's zone, looking to get their first score of the game. They have not been shut out this season yet, but with 2 minutes left in the first half, Queen's defense has been looking very good. And McMaster's soaring behind the net, fighting for that ground ball. This is a big one. McMaster needs to keep possession here, and they do. That was a great fight for that possession. And now Winnie has it. Winnie has Holmes. Holmes going through the middle, looking to get a shot off. But not quite. But she does draw the free position shot. So Rachel Holmes here has a chance to score, and she does. She makes no mistake. And in the final minute of the second quarter, McMaster's on the board, 6-1. So McMaster with minimal time in the offensive zone this quarter, basically spent entirely on defense. They finally break through and get a score with 30 seconds left on the clock.
McMaster goal scored by number 7, Rachel Holmes.
And so this draw is fought over and won by Mac. And so McMaster going the other way, a good interception there. And Tronstad for Queens getting in the way, but McMaster still not giving up. And here comes Mary Lloyd. And Lloyd still with possession. Goes back to steal. And that is going to be it for the second quarter. So in the first half, the Gales commanding this game, spending most of the second quarter on offense and in that max zone. And so heading into halftime, it is a 6-1 lead for the Gales. Stick with us. Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium here as we enter the third quarter of play between the Queens Gales and the McMaster Marauders. The Gales have been putting on an offensive clinic here, holding possession for most of this match. It was only until the final minute of the second quarter that the Marauders got themselves on the board. So we'll see if the Marauders coming out of that huddle can switch the momentum here. So the first draw of the second half about to get underway here. It's going to be Holmes taking it for the Marauders. And here come the Gales once again, looking to apply even more pressure here. In that first half, they were really utilizing Summer Thomas as the commander of their offense, holding the ball for most of the possession here. Now it's going to be Ruby Charney. She had the second goal of the game. And a quick pass trying to find Abby Lee on the cut, but just can't connect quite right there. But battling for this ground ball, and it's going to be Latoski winning it. Latoski back out to Charney with a quick fake and some spin moves. Charney putting in some work, and there's a great cut now, and that shot is going to find the back of the net. It's going to be Kenna McKee for the Gales getting that pass and getting that shot off, and it's 7-1. A great connection. And so the Gales have come out into this second half shooting. So Queens wasting no time, extending their lead even further, back up to 6.
Queen's goal scored by number 2, Kenna McKee.
Back to Holmes for the draw. It is a 6-5 draw ratio in favor of Queens. The Marauders just not being able to do much. They've really struggled getting through the midfield of the Gales. And as you can see, once again, they just get absolutely swarmed off the draw. And the Gales doing a great job of getting position back. And it's going to be Charney now holding it. They're going to look to settle in here. Charney looking for a pass, almost went over the net. Back out to Clark. McKee just coming up that goal. Finds Charney at the back of the net. The Gales looking for an opening here, but McMaster defending well. Taking their time, defended by Hesh. And that is knocked down by JJ Hesh. And McMaster trying to pick this ball up and go the other way. And they do find it, but it just pops out once again. And so McMaster struggling to hold possession. And now it is Latoski with the ball. And Latoski still has it. Looking for those passes, gets McKee behind the net. McKee looking to wrap around. And McKee just going back and forth, looking for a shot, scoops and scores. And what a play there by Kenna McKee, doing it all by herself, finding her second of the game and second in a row. And McKee went behind the net, was going back and forth, finally wraps around and gets that shot off. Right between the legs of Kate Staley. And so now it's the Gales with their largest lead of the game. It's 8-1. And so the Marauders really need to do a hard reset here on their strategy. And so the draw is off, and it's actually won by McMaster. And so the Marauders pressuring here, looking for their second goal of the game. And a quick cut in, and that is scooped up by Aaron Hull. 2024 Rookie of the Year for the Gales. Setting the tone and getting that pass off, and it's the Gales cruising through the midfield. And connecting there with Charney. Charney has Latoski. Latoski cuts and just over the net. And it looks like there may have been a whistle down, but was out of bounds, so the Gales have possession either way. Popping that out to Abby Lee. Abby Lee has a score for 2 on the day. Number 22, that shot, just not enough power behind it. Getting deflected. McKee looking to scoop up this ground ball. And here comes Piper Scott with speed, trying to connect with Robbins there, but just can't get that connection. 8:50 left on the clock. And it's going to be the Gales once again with possession, and McMaster just cannot take care of the ball. And a quick pass trying to find a streaking Latoski, but once again that pass does not connect. And here come the Marauders going the other way. And some spinning moves here. Great job there by Isabel Shergold to get through to the Queen's zone. Getting closer to the net. This is only about the third time that McMaster has settled into the Gales' defensive zone. And Nicholas trying to find an opportunity here. Going back out to Steele. Steele goes back to Lloyd. Lloyd looking to cut this lead back down to 6, and that is going to be a turnover once again. And so McMaster fumbles another chance at getting a goal due to an unforced error. And so now it's the Gales going through the midfield. Really pushing the pace here, and here comes Queens once again. McKee has plenty of options. Decides to go to Clark. Clark has Latoski. They go behind the net to Charney. Gales looking for an opportunity here. Fowler. Back out to Scott. Scott has some room, looking to rip a shot. She takes it, and that was off the post. And what a shot there by Scott, but it was denied there. So close, yet so far for the Gales. They could have picked up goal number 9 of the day. That's got to sting. And here comes Mac. And Latoski will hold possession. Back out to Charney. Charney has Lee. And Queens with McKee spinning around. This was how she scored her second goal. Back down to Scott. Scott hit it off the pipe last time around, but that goes into the stick of Staley. And Staley with her 5th save of the game. And now Mac going through the midfield, trying to break through, and it looks like they've got some space here. Can they connect for a pass? And there's Lombardo. Mac finally gets a pass off, looking for a score, and denied there by Hull this time. That was great defense by the Gales. Mac had a golden opportunity to get a score off, but they were denied. And here comes Josie Clark. Clark has Charney. Charney shoots and scores. And what a pass there. Josie Clark saw a cutting Charney. And so Ruby Charney has her second goal of the game, number 11. And so now it is a 9-1 lead with 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. And Queens has taken full control now, and they have their largest lead of the match.
Queen's goal scored by number 11, Ruby Charney.
So it's another draw here after that Gales goal. And Mac fighting for it. And that is going to be won by Mac. So they tie things up in the draw control ratio. And Mac pressuring, and they have a goal. So Mac, after winning that draw, breaks through. And so there's Morgan Randall with a goal. Picking up the assist was Annika Perino. And it's 9-2 now. And McMaster looking to spark the fuse and get their offense rolling. A great pass there by Perino to find Randall.
Morgan Randall, assisted by number 5, Annika Perino.
So coming out of the draw, McMaster's got to feel a little bit better about their chances in this match. Looking to keep it going, but Queens looking to shut them out. And so they're going to settle in offensively, and Abby Lee has it now. And the Gales are going to look to slow down the pace, slow down this game, burn some clock. And here comes a good opportunity, but it's broken up by Staley. So Queens really looking to slam the door on McMaster here, pick up a goal, and extend their lead back up to 8. But McMaster doing a good job of deflecting these passes, making Queens' life very difficult. Charney has an open Lee, and Lee tripped up, but there was a whistle before she went down. So it is going to be a free position shot for Abby Lee. We'll see what she can do here. Both teams getting set up. Lee opts for the pass, can't quite connect, and so that was fumbled. Usher has Charney. Looking for an opening there. McKee has it. Sending it to the other side. Looking for an opening. Quick give and go. and that's going to find the top of the net. And there's a good goal by Leah Quinn, and she picks up her second of the game, number 3. And so Leah Quinn gets the goal there, and picking up the assist was Abby Lee. So a great play by the Gales, and they extend their lead back up to 8. There's 24 seconds on this clock.
Queen's goal scored by number 3, Leah Quinn, assisted by number 22, Abby Lee.
So the draw coming in, McMaster looking to answer, and this draw going to be fought over and won by the Gales. And they're going to go all the way back. 16 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if they can do anything. They do have a foul call. Usher has it. Looks like clock going back. Charney looking for a shot. And there is a foul down on the field. And so another free position shot, this time for Ruby Charney. So Charney's got 2 goals, looking for a third potentially for the hat trick, just to the right of the net. And it's another foul, but it looks like this will go into the hands of the Gales. And so time is going to expire. And we're going to head into the fourth quarter. The Gales have a 10-2 lead. So stick with us as we have a short break. Hello and welcome back to Justin True Stadium. We are entering the fourth quarter of play between the Gales and the Marauders here. It's a 10-2 ball game. So the Marauders had a little bit more pressure offensively there in that third quarter. But once again, it was really dominated by the Gales. So they're going to look to switch things up here, maybe implement a new game plan to get some goals back on the scoreboard. But as of right now, it's looking like a Queens runaway victory. So we'll see what happens here in this fourth and deciding quarter. For the draw, it is going to be Josie Clark for the Gales. And that ball is going to roll into the Queens zone and picked up by the Gales, so the Gales win that draw. And here comes Taya Dory. Gales setting up shop here with Clark. Clark looking for an opening. Gets a quick pass off, and the Gales, that just dribbles off the ground and away from the net. And it's going to be Quinn picking it back up for Queens. Here's Dory once again. Dory scooping that off to Clark. Clark looks for a shot. Clark's got a lot of room. And that goes right into the hands of Staley. A great interception there by the keeper. And she's going to opt to pass things off to Spencer. And Staley back. And here comes the Marauders pushing the pace up the field, looking for a pass, and knocked away. That was a great deflection there by Thomas. Both teams vying for this ball. So here is Mary Lloyd settling in offensively for the Marauders. And it's an overcommitment on defense, and the Marauders have a chance here. And it is a score for Mac as they get on the board. And I believe that was Morgan Randall. Second of the game. And so there was an overcommitment on defense trying to intercept the ball. Morgan Randall used that opportunity and maximized it for her second goal of the match. And it's 10-3 now for the Gales.
McMaster goal scored by number 18, Morgan Randall.
And so here comes Abby Lee going the other way. Down with Scott. Fowler now looking for an opening. Fowler out to McKee. McKee. Looking to get that pass off. Goes off the ground. And can't quite connect with Fowler. And so it's going to go into the hands of Staley. And so that's going to connect with Randall. And Randall trying to chop her way through the midfield, getting caught up, and the Gales absolutely swarm Morgan Randall and get this ball back. And so Queens really looking unstoppable here, not even allowing the Marauders to get through their midfield. And here's Latoski. And the Gales looking to apply even more pressure here, setting up in front of the net, but it is scooped up by Staley. 10:22 left on the clock. And here's Latoski with control. Back down to Quinn. Quinn has McKee. And Ken McKee fumbles this ball. And here come the Marauders, and McKee forces that ball loose. So she makes up for that fumble and forcing another one. And there's Quinn picking things up. And Queens is going to retreat back into their midfield. And cutting through is Tronstad. So Queens doing a great job of recovering that ball and getting back on their feet. And here comes Abby Lee taking a shot, just dribbling out. And so now Queens coming back with the ball. Piper Scott in control. Piper Scott juking a little bit, looking for an opening. She has it. And Staley holds her ground and making a stop there. I believe that's her 6th or 7th save of the game. So the Gales back with McKee. And Summer Thomas now has control of the ball. Back down to Josie Clark. Josie Clark rips a shot, but just to the far right of the net. That was an absolute heater off the stick of Clark. Quinn's back at it. Still applying pressure here with Fowler. And a good save there by Usher to keep the ball in play. Here's Charney. Charney looking for room, making her own. Good pass out there to Clark. Clark and Charney just can't connect on that pass, so the ball's going to roll away and get scooped up here by Latoski. Latoski has the ball. Looking to take it up to the middle of the field. She's got Clark. Clark looking for room. Any opening will do. A behind the back shot, but just to the right of the net. That would have been a highlight reel play. And so McMaster now looking to get through this midfield. They've had a tough time getting into Queen's zone. And they finally break through once again. And with speed, here comes Winnie. And Winnie, what a shot. And that was actually Annika Perino with the score. So she picked up an assist earlier in the game. And with the bouncing shot off the ground into the net, Perino gets her first of the game. That cuts the lead 10-4. And it is now 5:50 left on the clock.
That is a McMaster goal scored by number 5, Annika Perino.
So McMaster closing in a 6-goal deficit. And now it's Holmes going the other way, trying to fight in that midfield. And it's Queens with possession now. And Queens speeding through here, going down. Great job by Abby Lee to push the pace. Back out to Usher. Usher has Thomas. Queens looking for an opportunity here, wrapping around the neck. And what a shot by Robbins there, wrapping around the net, finding that tiny little opening there to the left of Staley. And it is an 11-4 game now. Taya Robbins. So 4 minutes left. That may have been the dagger to put the Marauders away here as they trail by 7.
That is a Queens goal scored by number 25, Taya Robbins.
So here comes Queens once again. Leah Quinn going behind the net. Quinn taking her time. Queens really just has to waste the clock here with 3 minutes left. This could be it for the Marauders. Quinn looking to wrap around. And Lee, that goes right into the hands of Staley. And Staley will opt to pass this off to Laval. And Queens manages to keep this ball in, the ground ball, and drawing a foul there off of Morgan Randall. And so back into the offensive zone is Queens, a cut and a score there. And I believe that was Usher getting the score. And so the Gales open thing. That may have been the straw that broke the camel's back for the Marauders. It's a 12-4 lead here after Sophia Wilson gets that score. And so 2 minutes left to play here.
Queens goal scored by number 10, Sophia Wilson, assisted by number 19, Summer Thomas.
Both teams fighting for this draw. McMaster looking to scoop it up. And they will win the draw. But still, a lot of pressure here swarmed by the Gales. The Marauders won that draw, but they're going to go through the midfield now. And McMaster fighting over that ball. And Queens just does such a great job of swarming every McMaster player who has possession and forcing those turnovers. But here comes McMaster looking for a final score of the game, ripping a shot, and that was barred down. That was number 20 for the Marauders. So here comes the draw here with Josie Clark. And so here comes the Marauders once again, looking to cut this lead in half now. And so here comes Randall looking for a shot. Randall, the McMaster Marauders have a minute left on the clock. They're looking to at least get one back. Cut this lead to 6. And so here's Steele with some footwork, looking for a spin, getting defended tightly by Usher. Coughlin doing a great job of defending here. That pass through cannot connect with Surin. And so the pass to Sorowan just can't connect. And with 13 seconds left, that may be it for the Marauders here as Queens put on a dominant performance all match long. And that'll do it. The alarm sounds and the Gales walk away with a 12-5 victory here against the McMaster Marauders. They were absolutely dominant on the offensive end. And in the midfield, they would not allow McMaster to break through and start an offensive possession. So the Gales walk away with a huge win as they improve to a 4-1 record as Mac falls to 0-5. So my name is Anson Borth. Stick with us as we head into our next game after a short break. 10 wins, Brock.
Okay, well, they're facing off, so just
Okay.
And here we go.
Hello and welcome to Justin Chu Stadium. Here we are facing off with the Trent Excalibur and the Brock Badgers here. And starting things off, the Brock Badgers win that draw. And Trent already under some pressure, but it is Becca Leducer who picks things up here, and it's going to go back to Giroux. And here is Natalie Fournier dicing through the midfield, looking to pressure for the first time in this match.
And there was a quick shot there by Maddie Baxter to get Trent up on the scoreboard 1-0 in the first minute of this quarter.
And already a quick goal there by Baxter. She had 9 goals and an assist yesterday in those 2 games against Western and Guelph. Trent picked up 2 wins yesterday. As I stated before, it was a 13-5 win for the Mustangs and a 13-10 win versus the Griffins. Here's another draw for the Excalibur.
Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 24, Maddie Baxter.
Brock coming in with a 1-3 record. Their last weekend out, they played 2 matches. One was against the McMaster Marauders, where they came away with a 9-4 victory, but then they fell to the Laurier Golden Hawks in a 13-7 loss. So they are looking to bounce back here in their first game of the tournament. Trent now getting settled here with Abby Hiltz, the senior. Her final game here at Justin Chu Stadium, passing it over to Maddie Baxter. Baxter using her speed and almost finding her second of the match, but that was saved there by Cameron Brown. A good deflection there by the goalkeeper, keeping Baxter at bay. The Badgers really have to focus on 2 key players. Fournier shooting, and that shot is deflected. And as I was saying, they have to watch out for 2-star offensive players, Maddie Baxter and Natalie Fournier. Fournier also had 6 goals in 2 games yesterday, picking up a hat trick. And good job there by Amelia Obi, spinning, trying to find a streaking Leducer. And both of those players are seniors, graduating and playing their final game here at Justin Chu Stadium for the Excalibur. So a big day here at Trent, as it is Seniors Day. And they are looking to come away with a win in front of their home crowd. So here come the Badgers now, pushing the pace, going the other way. And looking for a shot, and it is Kieran Giroux deflecting that one off the stick and picking up her first save. Another senior there playing her final game. And Brock still in their offensive possession, but here goes Maddie Baxter going the other way now. And through the transition, looking to cut through that midfield, and she's using that speed, but stepping out of bounds. And here comes Obi now. Finding Reynolds, back up to Baxter. And here is Tisha Weber. Hiltz now, utilizing that footwork, trying to find a pass. There's a quick shot in, but no good. And so now it's Brock in transition on the fast break. Both teams going back and forth, trying to break through. So there's Lucy Lee on that far side for the Badgers. looking for a pass here. So it's Allie Shoemaker behind the net. And Brock patiently waiting for an opportunity to open up here. And the pass behind the net, looking to wrap around, spinning. Holiday can't get by. The Excalibur's doing a good job of shutting down these Badgers. Holiday with a scooping pass, but it gets deflected. And so the Excalibur take control. And they're going to send that up the field, and there's Baxter. And she's got plenty of room to work with. She's got Hiltz to her right and Reynolds to her left. Let's see where she goes. Going right down the middle. She's got room. Finds Hiltz and cannot connect with that pass to Reynolds. And a close chance there. The Excalibur were on the fast break. And Hiltz tried to make that extra pass, but just couldn't connect with Sophia Reynolds. And so Brock getting battered around. Trent playing physical here. Trying to keep the Brock defenders at bay. And here's Therian. Therian spinning, trying to get through. But Reynolds applying some great pressure. Here's Shoemaker. So Brock trying to make some cuts, trying to get open. Lee cutting. Guarded there by Hiltz. And the Excalibur poked that ball loose, but there's a flag down. So it looks like it is a free position shot here. And it's going to be taken by Abby Holiday. So Brock has a chance to get on the board here and respond. And that shot is ripped, but goes into the hands of Giroux, and she picks up her second save. And now it's Trent really going downhill here. Getting that open pass, ripping that shot, and that's a score for the Excalibur. Yeah, so that was Tisha Weber, the senior, getting a goal in what could be her final game as an Excalibur at Justin Chu Stadium. And that opens the scoring to 2-0.
That is a Trent Excalibur goal.
So here's Fournier taking the draw, facing off against Shoemaker. And so there is a big trip and fall for Becca Leducer. She's back up on her feet. We hope she's okay. And so the foul on the Badgers. And we are back underway here with Grosjean starting things off. She's got a lot of speed. Finding Hiltz now. And going back to Reynolds down in that bottom corner. Obi behind the net. Back up to Grosjean. And there's Leducer. Obi getting some movement. She's got Hiltz cutting. Hiltz with a nice cut, but just off target. Could not get that quick give and go. So it's going to be Cameron Brown holding things down as the keeper for the Badgers. She's going to send this ball up. The pop fly just could not be handled by Leducer there. And now it's going to be Mackenzie Aiken pushing it down, but that pass over to Holiday is errant. And so that's going to be an unforced turnover for the Badgers, and it's going to be Baxter going the other way now. So here come the Excalibur putting on lots of pressure there on Brown. And Hiltz scrapping for that ball. Hiltz still going, and she's going to pick it up for the Excalibur, and that's a huge challenge win. So Hiltz setting up here, trying to get into Trent's offensive set. She's got Baxter up top, who can go downhill with lots of speed. And Hiltz looking to cut in. She's got space, rips a shot, and finds the back of the net. And so Abby Hiltz picks up her first goal of the day and the third for the Excalibur with a beautiful running shot. And so Trent's got to feel comfortable jumping out to this 3-0 lead with just 3 minutes 30 left in the first quarter. And that was a great play there drawn up by the Excalibur to get Abby Hiltz open.
Goal scored by number 10, Abby Hiltz. That is her first of the game.
And so it's going to be Allie Shoemaker taking on Fournier for this draw. And Fournier picking things up. And she's going to get possession there as Trent wins that draw. She's got Obi. And Obi's going to bring it behind the net, passing, finding Reynolds. And here's Hiltz once again with the cut and getting that shot off, but it goes right into the hands of Cameron Brown. And so that was a very familiar shot to Abby's first goal, but this time it just goes into that stick of Brown. And so it's going to be Giroux in command, sending this up to Baxter down the middle. And Baxter is going to give this to Fournier, and here come the Excalibur quickly. Fournier's got a couple options, juking the defender. Decides to lay it down to Obi, and Obi's going to take this behind the net.
Now here's Reynolds looking for an opening here, pass it on to Hiltz. Hiltz back to Leducer, on to Fournier, back to Baxter. All the way back to Obi. Trent here trying to set up an offensive push here. Reynolds back to Fournier. Here comes a little momentum. Here comes Fournier. Fournier, but not able to get a shot off, and there's a whistle blown, and we might have our first free position shot of today's game here, taken by Natalie Fournier. Second.
So here's Fournier getting set for this free position shot. She rips a shot, looking for the bottom corner, picks up the pieces, and Fournier doing it all by herself here with under a minute left. She picks up her first goal of the game, her 7th of the tournament this weekend. So here's Fournier taking on Schumacher. And Baxter. Here comes the Badgers here with Holiday pushing the pace. Holiday looking for that opening, but couldn't get Wiseman on that pass. And so Giroux looking downfield. There's just 16.5 seconds left on this clock. Giroux sending this all the way down to Baxter. And Baxter's got 8 seconds weaving through the Badgers defenders. She's got 5 seconds. 4. Obi's going to have to rip a shot here, but she's going to run out of time. And so the alarm sounds and the Excalibur jump out to a 4-0 lead here in this first quarter, thanks to Fournier, Baxter, Hiltz, and Weber. So stick with us here, and actually we're going to look at the team comparison. So the Brock Badgers off to a 1-3 start this season, Trent remaining undefeated in the regular season. Trent's got 97 total goals so far through 6 games to Brock's 24 through their 4 games. In the all-time matchup, Trent leads the series with 13 wins to Brock's 10, and the last time these two teams met, it was a victory for the Excalibur. They jumped out to a 13-5 win. So setting the tone here early, we've seen that the Excaliburs have the upper hand in the all-time matchups, and it's the Trent Excaliburs leading once again with a 4-0 head start. So heading into this second quarter, stick with us as we take a short break. Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium here as we enter the second quarter of play between the Trent Excalibur and the Brock Badgers. Trent hopped out to a 4-0 lead thanks to a couple of seniors scoring. So we'll see if they can keep that going in what could be their final game at Justin Chu Stadium. So Fournier taking the draw here. And Baxter fighting for it. And Fournier dives in there, but it looks like there may have been a high stick and a Badger is down. And so there is an injury on the field. And you hate to see that. So I believe that was number 5, Abby Holiday, for the Badgers. She will be taken off the field, and we hope that she is okay. And so it will be the Excalibur starting with the ball after winning that draw and quickly finding Baxter, and she's going to sprint downhill. Maddie Baxter, and oh my goodness, all by herself, weaving through that Badgers defense. And Maddie Baxter finds her second of the game. She is unstoppable. And it's 5-0 for the Excalibur. And Trent, coming out of that little injury timeout, started things off with Baxter, and she just sprinted downhill and put that to the back of the net.
That is a Trent Excalibur goal, scored by number 24, Maddie Baxter. Her second of the game.
So here is Fournier taking on Therian. And it's Brock winning the draw this time, here with Fishley. Fishley pops that over to Hoover. Hoover with a quick pass. And a great connection there with Williams. So Brock will set up here offensively. Their first real chance through 2 quarters. Trent did a great job defensively last time out, even escaping a free position shot. So back out to Hoover. Hoover down to Fishley. And Brock sending this ball around, using that team chemistry to find an opening. There's a streaking Williams. Couldn't get through with that cut. And Brock still looking for an opening, but the Excalibur's suffocating with their defense. And so Giroux facing some pressure here, but manages to get that pass off to Weber. And Weber's going to take it through the midfield. And there's Obi. Looking to pressure from behind the net. Opening a couple opportunities for some cuts. Reynolds sends that out to Hiltz, and Hiltz has Fournier cutting in, but looks for Baxter instead. Baxter sees Ledusser, the senior here, looking to break through. Gets that down, and a ripper of a shot for Abby Hiltz, and she will not miss on that one. So it's number 2 of the game for her, and it's the 6th for the Excalibur. And a great setup there. Trent made meaningful, conscious passes, and they found Hiltz, and she absolutely ripped that one.
That is a Trent Excalibur goal, scored by number 10, Abby Hiltz. That is her second of the game.
So passing that back to Brown. Brown still commanding this ball, looking for a pass, holding on and sending that down the midfield and finding Therian on the side. Therian already pressured, decides to pop that ball out. so Brock looking to set up a play here. Getting that over to Winters. Winters has Aiken. Aiken with the ball now. Looking to get to the middle of the field and attack from there. And here comes Aikens using that speed, but it's stopped by Giroux. And she picks up another save. That's number 3. So here comes Trent screaming down the field, getting that down to Reynolds. Reynolds finding Weber. Weber looks to Fournier, and Fournier now has Grosjean, and Grosjean has plenty of speed. We've seen it yesterday. She scored a couple goals on the cut, and here comes Fournier downhill, looking for a shot and scoring. And there's Natalie Fournier with goal number 2 of the day. So the two seniors, Amelia Obi and Natalie Fournier, connecting on that play to put the Excalibur up by 7 with 8 minutes 23 left on the clock.
That is a Trent Excalibur goal, scored by number 17, Natalie Fournier, assisted by number 27, Amelia Obi.
Maddie Baxter this time taking the draw against Shoemaker. And that ball is going to get knocked down and almost into the hands of Abby Hiltz, but it's going to be the Badgers picking up that draw win and going the other way here. Spinning round. Holiday's back on the field after leaving for an injury. So Holiday waiting patiently, looking for that cut, and the Badgers can't get that shot on target, just to the left. So Hiltz sending this all the way up to Elliott, and Elliott's going to push the pace here. Go right behind that net and look to Reynolds. And there's a great find for Abby Hiltz, and Abby Hiltz picking up a hat trick there. And what a dime by Sophie Reynolds. And so that is another quick goal within the minute. The Excalibur have struck twice in a row, and they are in full control of this game. And throughout this weekend, Trent has looked like the best team on the field, and they are proving it once again here in this game against Brock.
Abby Hiltz, that is her 3rd of the game, assisted by number 21, Sophia Reynolds.
So the Badgers win that draw again, and Therion's going to bring this through.
That scoop back up there by Weber, and now the Excalibur on the attack. And here's Reynolds. Back to Grosjean. Scholars here looking to set up their offense. tightening up that. And now breaking out. And a missed opportunity there by the Excalibur. And let's see if they can pick it back up. And the Badgers will pick that back up. So an unfortunate opportunity there by Elliott to Reynolds. And now the Badgers will be on the attack here as Brown starts up Badgers' offensive push here. But a fight for this ball. We'll see which team can pick this up. But there's a whistle blown, and it'll be the Excalibur's ball. This ball will be started off by Grosjean, who passes it back to Baxter. Baxter on a little bit necky. Hiltz looking for a pass here. Hiltz picking up some speed. Looking for a shot. Quick shot by Baxter. Baxter fires it back. A good connection there by Hiltz to Baxter to get Trent up one more, making this game 9-0. That's Baxter's third goal of the game, picking up her first hat trick of the game, and that's 2 hat tricks for this Excalibur offense.
That is another Trent Excalibur goal, scored by number 24, Maddie Baxter. That is her third of the game. It was assisted by number 10, Abby Hiltz.
Now at the draw here, Natalie Fournier up against Ali Shoemaker. The Badgers have been winning just a few more of these draws in the Excaliburs here, but it certainly doesn't look so when you look at the score. And this will be picked back up by the Brock Badgers. An easy win there on the draw. Now here's Holiday. Holiday waiting for her team to get in position here. Holiday still waiting, looking for that opportunity. And here comes Holiday with some speed, trying to find a shot, fires it, and just gets under the legs of Giroux. That's a great shot there by Holiday to give Badgers one more on this game, their first goal of the day.
Yeah, and the Badgers did a good job of setting up that shot, and Holiday ripping that right past Giroux. She would not be denied. And that was a great snipe there by Holiday to get the Badgers on the board for their first goal of the game. But it does come extremely late into this second quarter. The Excaliburs did a good job of holding off that Brock Badgers defense for an entire half almost. There's a minute 45 left on the clock here.
Now Maddie Baxter taking the draw for Natalie Fournier. And that's up. But this ball will be given to Trent. And here comes Hiltz, waiting for her team to get into position here with only a minute left in this quarter. As that ball gets loose. Scoop back up by Fournier. Fournier trying to keep possession. She's got possession now. And now here comes Fournier. Fournier looking for some room. A quick pass on, and that's in the net. A good pass from Fournier onto Hiltz.
So that is Abby Hilt's fourth of the game there, off of the assist by Fournier. And so the two seniors connect. So 40 seconds left and counting in this first half of play. And right after the Brock Badgers score, Trent responds, and in an electric way.
Number 10, Abby Hiltz. That is her fourth of the game. Assisted by number 17, Natalie Fournier.
So here comes the Badgers going the other way, looking to get one back off the Excalibur. Holiday really pushing the pace here, looking for a fast break cut, getting stopped. And that shot off target, trickling by. And so there will be about probably time for one more play here as there's 5.1 seconds on the clock. The Badgers looking for a buzzer beater. Fishley has it, looking for a cut. Giroux looking to get in the way. And there sounds the alarm, so that will do it for the first half of play. The Excaliburs jumping out to a commanding 10-1 lead thanks to Abby Hiltz and Maddie Baxter primarily. And so we are going to head into this second half. Please stick around as we head into halftime for a short break. Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium as we enter the second half of play between the Trent Excalibur and the Brock Badgers. Trent has jumped out to a commanding 10-1 lead. And it's in big thanks to Natalie Fournier, Maddie Baxter, and Abby Hiltz. Natalie Fournier has 3 goals and 2 assists. Baxter has 3 goals as well, and it's Hiltz leading the way with her 4 goals.
Now here's the draw here with Maddie Baxter and Allie Shoemaker. Shoemaker has been winning a lot of these draws for the Badgers here, but Trent is keeping those turnovers going, keeping that ball running. Despite these draw control wins here, Trent is keeping up the pace unbelievably.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd think with more draw control wins that Brock would have had more time with offensive possession and potentially more goals, but the Excalibur doing a great job of keeping them contained in that midfield and not allowing for much offensive time.
Now in the attack here, Fournier finds Hiltz.
So here's Fournier looking over to Ledusser, the seniors connection. Back out to Obi. And here's Obi making a cut inside, looking for that pass back down to Reynolds. And there's a quick pass to Baxter. And Baxter, what a shot. Oh my goodness. Finding the opening on that left side of the net, catching Cameron Brown sleeping. And she adds to her tally on the day. That's 4 of the day. And that is 13 throughout 4 games.
Another great play there by the Excaliburs. They do a really good job spreading out that Brock defense and then quickly tightening them up and getting around them, finding those gaps really quickly. They're doing a great job of finding those gaps and making Brock create openings. And again here, Shoemaker and Baxter for the draw.
Scored by number 24, Maddie Baxter. Assisted by number 10, Abby Hiltz.
Yeah, and Trent not skipping a beat here coming out of this second half.
There will be a quick foul there, and I believe Trent will be given a yellow card, and so now the Badgers will be a woman up here.
Yeah, and that's Ledusser going off for the Excalibur.
It looked like Ledusser just got the head there of the Badgers, which is an immediate yellow card. Now here comes the Badgers, a woman up. Let's see what they can do with this opportunity.
And a great job there by Baxter to knock that ball down and head the other way.
Shoemaker looks like she got hit there in the head there and is not looking okay, but no call was given. We'll have Hiltz now with possession.
So Hiltz getting double teamed here. And look at those Badgers trying to defend Hiltz, and she's still getting away unscathed and shoved out of bounds.
And that's some good defense by the Badgers. With an extra woman, you can put one more on this defensive player here, pushing them to that line.
And so here comes Grosjean looking to push the pace, and there is a scoop and score for Lubinecki. And so a great play there by the Excaliburs, rushing Cameron Brown, and Lubinecki breaks through, and it's 12-1. And so here's Baxter taking another draw control.
Scored by number 8, Haley Lubinecki. Assisted by number 16, Riley Elliott.
And that ball is up and scooped up by Hiltz. And here comes Obi now. Still Obi with the ball, looking for Grosjean. Grosjean's got lots of speed. Let's see if she uses it. Cutting inside. Here's Grosjean ripping a shot, but it is saved by Cameron Brown. And so here is Holiday looking to apply some pressure. There's a quick pass over there to Aiken, and Aiken finds the score.
Number 2, assisted by number 5. Number 2, assisted by number 5. Drop goal scored by number 2, Kylie Warmer. Assisted by number 5, Abby Holiday. Broadcast, please.
And so here is the draw between Baxter and Shoemaker. So Fournier fighting over that ball with Lubinecki. Lubinecki looking for control. It will fall into the hands of Aiken. And here's Aiken passing this ball around, looking for some ball movement, trying to create gaps in that Excalibur defense. Making space here. Great defense there by Elliott. And that's coughed up and into the hands of Lajoie. And Anna Lajoie is going to take this all the way through the midfield and cut back a bit, and they're going to resort to Giroux. So 8 minutes, 18 on the clock here. And there goes Hiltz. And Hiltz pacing through the midfield, getting that pass off. And Elliott is going to go over to Reynolds. Reynolds has a cutting Hiltz. Hiltz open, shot, and in. And that play between Reynolds and Hiltz comes to fruition once again as the Excalibur puts up a 13-2 lead now. And what a great play. That connection between Reynolds and Hiltz has worked countless amount of times this season, and it gets through again. And so Hiltz has 5 goals on the game so far. She's absolutely ripping these Badgers to shreds.
Another Trent Excalibur goal scored by number 10, Abby Hiltz. Assisted by number 21, Sophia Reynolds.
And intercepted and knocked down there by the Excalibur. Great pressure by Lajoie. Zanini defending. Hoover looking to get past. Gonna send that over to Lee, but Lee bobbles it, and that goes. And it's still another battle. Great job by both sides fighting for this ball. And Palmer trying to get control, but loses that to Cernjel. And so that is going to be picked up by Hoover. And the Badgers setting up their play here. Let's see when they make their move. And here it comes. Pressuring on Lajoie. Passes behind the net. And the pass to Levitt forces a turnover as it goes out of bounds. And so the Badgers fumbled that opportunity, but Levitt still pressured, giving Trent a tough time. But they get that pass off to Grosjean, and they're going to go the other way. And Grosjean using that speed, dicing through the Brock defenders. And here comes Obi. Getting that pass, and they had a cutting Reynolds there. But they did not connect in time. Reynolds behind the net here. Has Leducer. She's going to look for Baxter, and Grosjean and Baxter both have incredible amounts of speed. Let's see if they use it. There's Obi turning, looking for an open pass. Leducer cutting. Good spin moves there by Obi. And Obi really trying to cut through, get that open look. But defended well by the Badgers. Here's Baxter now. Baxter has Leducer. And Brock bending but not breaking on this defensive set. 4 minutes left in the quarter. Looking for the inside scoop and blocked there by Brown, and that's a good save by the Badgers. It will be a free position shot for the Excalibur. I believe that is Riley Elliott at the mark. There's Elliott. The bouncing shot goes. And that did make it into the back of the net, bar down. And so that's Elliott picking up a score. And I believe that ball just touched the inside of the net, and Elliott picks up her second goal of the game. So they take full advantage of that free position shot, and they increase their lead up to 12.
That is a Trent Excalibur goal, scored by number 16.
This drop quickly kicked up by the Badgers. And here's a quick pass, but just passed over the head of Aisha Hoover. And it just quite won't go out. Now here's Hoover. Behind the net, getting this offense started. Hoover back to Shoemaker. Shoemaker trying to get in there. Trying to move around, but this defense is tough. And Shoemaker is pushed out. Not able to make any plays here. But there is a foul called here, and Shoemaker will keep possession of the ball here. Quick pass from Shoemaker. And a shot just gets the bottom there. The Badgers up as Shoemaker passes to Abby Holiday to get the Badgers up 3. Wow. That's Holiday's second goal of the game.
Brock goal, scored by number 5, Abby Holiday. I think it's Abby's parents by chance.
Now here's the draw with just 40 seconds left in this third quarter, and the Badgers win this one. And a quick pass, but it is blocked and hit down there by Victoria Palmer. And now the Excaliburs with possession here as Giroux starts off this offense with only 30 seconds left. Great pass across field. And here's Obi. Obi moving down. Reynolds. Reynolds looking for a pass here. Reynolds. Not able to get through. Here's Abby. Hills with a quick pass to Baxter, and Baxter gets another one, a buzzer beater at the final milliseconds of this third quarter. What timing there from Abby Hills to Maddie Baxter, and that's Maddie Baxter's 5th goal of the game. Abby Hills and Maddie Baxter have just been going at it all game long, assisting each other, scoring with each other. What a great duo here. And now Trent leads 15-3 here at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah, Abby Hiltz and Baxter look like the best two players on the field out now, right there. So absolutely ripping these Badgers apart there as they lead by 12.
Assisted by number 10, Abby Hiltz.
So we're going to head into this fourth quarter as the Excalibur lead the Brock Badgers 15-3. Stick with us. Hello and welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium. We are entering the fourth quarter of play between the Trent Excalibur and the Brock Badgers. Trent has a 15-3 lead right now thanks to a buzzer beater by Maddie Baxter in the final seconds of the last frame. So we will see here if the Badgers can mount an incredible comeback or if Trent will hold on for the win. And so it's Hiltz picking up that draw, going the other way with Obi. Trent with control early on here. Sending that back to Reynolds. Reynolds is going to look for an open pass here. Getting Lubinecki. Lubinecki going inside. Finding Obi on the side. Obi looking for a pass. Has Baxter. A cutting Fournier. And just stopped by Brown. And Natalie Fournier almost had her third of the day. And so zooming down the field here is Gabby Winters for the Badgers. Winters setting up with Holiday. Holiday chilling behind the back of the net. And Winters is cutting into the middle. Let's see if they get a pass off. They do go to Winters now. Looking for anything to work. Holiday can't quite deal with Abby Hilt. And Palmer applying pressure now on Holiday. And so Brock just passing things around, waiting to make their move. Trying to get some cuts off, but the Excalibur doing a good job defensively. Fournier staying out in front. There's a big pass, but it does go out of bounds. So there's a turnover. And so here comes Abby Hiltz passing that way upfield to Grosjean. And it's going to be out of bounds there. Reynolds tried to scoop that one up, but not in time. Reynolds applying good pressure on the Badgers. But they do get it through the midfield, but that ball is bobbled and scooped in. So here come the Badgers quickly, and it's intercepted by Maddie Baxter. Great job there defensively. And now it's Trent on transition. So Reynolds holding the ball, waiting for Baxter to get set. And now Trent can run their play. Lubinecki looking to cut inside. She's got Baxter with her. Grosjean instead. So here's Grosjean cutting on the inside. She gets past all of the Brock defenders, and she finds a goal using her speed. And so the goal is called back there. So Grosjean made a great play there, but just unable to get that goal.
Must have been a foul.
And so Trent looking to bounce back after that no goal. And so it's Reynolds commanding the ball behind the net, going back to Grosjean. We'll see if they can do round two. There's Grosjean attacking. A spin move, loses her defender, breaking ankles, but goes right into the hands of Brown. That was a great move by Grosjean, fooling her defender. So Fournier pushing the pace here. Back down to Obi. They're going to set up there. And you can see Reynolds already setting up behind the net. Fournier here can't quite control it, but gets that ball back and resorts to Reynolds. So finding Fournier. Fournier is going to send this over to Grosjean, who's got Obi. And there's Elliott behind the net. Riley Elliott turning, switching sides, trying to find Grosjean in the middle, and Grosjean goes top shelf there. And so Olivia Grosjean gets her revenge there, and that goal will count. It's a 16-3 score. And so there's 8 minutes 50 left to play here as the Excalibur have a 13-goal lead.
Trent Excalibur goal, scored by number 7, Olivia Grosjean, assisted by number 16, Riley Elliott.
And it looks like we'll have a free position shot here for the Badgers, taken by Abby Holiday. Holiday already with 2 goals on today's game. And here's Holiday, but just misses it out, and that will go out. Badgers will keep the ball here as Wilson will pass it on. Quick play. Stubborn Trent defense here, as now Lucy Lee looking for an opportunity. Lee looking for some speed to try and get in there. Is blocked by Fournier, who has been excellent on defense all day. Fournier back to Holiday. Holiday looking. Will go trying to get around this defense. We'll try and pass it on. And now there's a fight for this ball, but it'll be scooped back up by the Excaliburs, and I believe Natalie Fournier. Now here's Laducer, passes it on to Obi. Obi back to Reynolds. Six minutes left in this final quarter. Laducer. Almost an overhead pass there to Emberly Flood. Flood to Obi. Now Baxter. And that throw is thrown away and it'll go out of bounds. And it will be a turnover to the Badgers. Now Cameron Brown looking to get something started here. And that ball just scoots away, and there's Laducer to pick it up. Hiltz on to Obi. Now here's Obi. Elliott now back to Obi. Obi. Pass it on to Hiltz. Quick little pass there from Hiltz. to Lubinecki. Here comes Lubinecki. Lubinecki fires, bounces up into the top, and there is another goal there, this time by number 8, Hallie Lubinecki. That's her second of the game here, bringing Trent up 17-3 here in the last 5 minutes of this final quarter.
Excalibur goal scored by number 8, Haley Lubinecki.
Now for the draw, Baxter and Shoemaker. And that ball's up, but it is scooped up. Not quite. It's picked up by Abby Penner. But again, that ball will get away, but picked back up by Victoria Palmer. Palmer now struggling to get around Dylan Levitt. But it'll be Giroux who picks us up to try and stop this pressure by the Badgers in Trent's zone. And again, another awkward pass. The Badgers back with possession. And there's a hit, and there will be a foul called, and it will remain the Badgers' ball.
And so here come the Excaliburs looking to apply even more pressure here, just with 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. Badgers now working to get something moving. They're hoping to get at least a couple more scores on the board just to avoid such a blowout. So there's Williams making moves, looking for a pass as there's a cut in front of the net, and the dribbler gets stopped by Giroux. So my apologies. It's actually Hunter in net for the Excalibur now. Giroux was taken out. So Arden Hunter getting the stop there. So with 1:50 left, Brock's got to make something happen here. So Brock still taking their time here, looking to get a score off. And there's Holiday doing some work in the spin cycle, but coughing that ball up, and it is scooped and going to go out off of Hunter. And so it will be a Badgers possession. And so it's going to actually be a free position shot for Holiday. So a chance to close things in here. And the Badgers do find that opening, and Holiday picking up another goal. And she's going to have a hat trick for the day. And so with a minute left, the Excaliburs have a 17-4 lead. And so it's going to be Leducer taking the draw here, it looks like. So Holiday getting extremely involved here for the Badgers today, carrying her squad with her hat trick and an assist, picking up 4 points on the day. So here's Ledoucer taking the draw for the Excalibur, facing off against Shoemaker. Fournier battling that loose ball, but it's going to be Brock winning that draw. And here goes Brock looking to add on, potentially getting another one, and it's Holiday once again. So number 4 of the day for Holiday. She's been leading her team, and Brock not done quite yet. So although the scoreboard looks bleak, the Badgers are still putting up a fight. And so with 34 and a half seconds left on the clock, this could be our final draw of the game. And that goes right to the hands of Fournier, and the Excaliburs are going to push down the field here. Obi now. Obi has a quick pass to Lubinecki, but can't quite control it, so the Excalibur are going to slow down. Lubinecki attacking the middle of the field. She's got Flood with her. And that ball is coughed up and going to head the way of the Brock Badgers. 6 seconds left on the clock. A final shot here with Holiday looking for a buzzer beater, ripping a shot and just going to roll out of bounds as the alarm sounds. So that'll do it. The Excaliburs remain undefeated, improved to 7-0 on the year. Brock falls to a 1-4 record as the Excalibur come away with a 17-5 victory. And it was the tale of Maddie Baxter and Abby Hiltz here, both putting up 5 goals on the day. Fournier added 2 goals and a couple of assists for the senior. And for Seniors Day, it could not have gone better for the Excalibur, as a couple of athletes played their final game at Justin Chu Stadium. They come away with a win. My name's Anson Boris.
My name's Trent Excalibur.
And stick with us as we wait for the McMaster and Ontario Tech match.
Hello and welcome to Justin Chu Stadium in today's match between the Ontario Tech Ridgebacks and the McMaster Marauders. Early on this game, McMaster taking the draw and pushing into the Ontario Tech zone here. But that ball easily picked up there by Hunter Storlick on net. And now it'll be Ontario Tech's turn. And that ball will escape, but it will remain Ontario Tech's ball, as I believe we will have our first free position shot here taken by Audrey Taylor. And Audrey Taylor fires a shot, but it is scooped up. Now here's Stephanie Blair looking for a pass here. Pass it back to Stephanie Park. Now again, Jankowski looking for a pass as Renault some good offensive pressure here by Ontario Tech, but cannot find the gap just quite yet. A little pass by Blair, gets put on the ground, but it is scooped up by Julia Di Natale. Now here comes the Marauders here, but there's a whistle blown. It looks like it'll be the Marauders' turn for a free position shot here. And here's the shot, but it is blocked and scooped back up.
That was perfect, thanks.
And here comes the Marauder. A quick pass there, but scooped up by Passmore. Now there was Shergold fouled by Mackenzie Renault. Now here's Shergold Looking for a throw, makes it throw. Here's O'Neal King to Certain. And there's a good block there by Di Natale. Here's Sophie Steele looking for some room. A quick pass there, but just over the head of Morgan Randall. And this will be a forced turnover now, as Passmore will start off with the ball. Randall pressuring Ontario Tech, but there will be a foul called. And Ontario Tech drops that ball. Trying to regain possession here. But picked up back up by McMaster. Now again, here's Sophie Steele. Sophie Steele looking for some help here. Finds it in Perino. Perino looking for some room. Drops the ball, not able to get a shot off. But Perino picks it back up, fires, and scores, getting past more there. A good control by Perino to get McMaster up 2-0. Now again, Perino off to Shergold. Now Lloyd setting up this offense. Here's Morgan Randall, who had 2 goals in her previous game. Randall off a steal. Steal to Green. But a foul called. And Green will start. Green back to Steele. Steele on to Lombardo. Lombardo to Steele. The Marauders looking to get something started here. And here's Perino again, but not able to lose a shot here. Trying to get around, but that ball drops. It's picked back up by Holmes. But now it'll be a turnover as now Ontario's Tech turn. Here comes Audrey Taylor. Audrey Taylor drops the ball, but there will be a whistle blown. And Ontario Tech will continue their push into the Marauders line. Here's Taylor. Taylor trying to get a shot, not able to. Another foul will be called. And this looks like it'll be another free position shot here, this time for Audrey Taylor. Here comes Audrey Taylor. Fires it and gets it past Donatelli. Some good work there by Taylor to take advantage of that free position shot. Four minutes left in this first quarter as the Marauders are up. Pardon me, it is a tie game.
Ontario Tech goal. Scored by number 23, Audrey Taylor.
Marauders quickly winning this draw here. But the pass just gets away. Now here comes Ontario Tech with some speed. Here's a shot, but it is blocked by Donatelli. And there's a fight for the ball just in front of the net. Picked back up by Ontario Tech. Here's Holmes. Holmes trying to get a pass off, but it's dropped, but there will be a foul called. And it looks like Audrey Taylor will get another opportunity at a free position shot. Ontario Tech's first goal came from Audrey Taylor in this same exact situation. And here's Taylor. But this time it is blocked by Donatelli. And Holmes. A little overthrow there. As no one has gained possession here yet. Still a fight for this ball, and it's picked back up by Julia Lancaster, but there will be another foul called. Some good moves there by Alexandra Shepard. And here comes Shepard trying to find some room, but is tied up there, and a foul will be called. And so now it'll be Shepard's turn here at a free position shot. And here's Shepard. Fires it, but a good block at the bottom of the net there by Donatelli. And there are 8 seconds left in this quarter. And that'll be the end of the first quarter. Tie game. Pardon me, there's 1 second left here. And now the first quarter is over and it'll remain a tie game. Please stick around as we enter the second quarter. Welcome back to the second quarter here. The draw starts off with Ontario Tech taking possession here, but that ball just scoots away and there's a foot race for this ball. And it will be picked back up by the Marauders here. Taya Laval passing it back to Annika Perino. And this ball breaks loose, but scooped up by Holmes. But there is a foul called, and so Holmes will start off. Here comes Holmes, quick pass there to Green. Some good back and forth here. Here's Cerrone. Perino again looking for some space. Julia Green, quick fire, but it is blocked by Ontario Tech and picked back up. And now another foul is called. But this time it'll be Gia LeBlanc starting off with the ball, firing it cross field, but to be another whistle blown. So now Jin Batsford will start off this ball for Ontario Tech. Batsford on to Fisher. Fisher looking for a pass here. Here comes Fisher, but being pushed out and has to pack back to Copens. Here comes Copens with speed, but this Marauders defense is tight. And here's LeBlanc. not able to get a shot off. And Batsford trying to find some room, fires it, but it is scooped up by Donatelli. Another great save there by the Marauders goalie. Now the Marauders taking this down, but that is a botched pass. But the Marauders are able to take control back, and here's Janikowski. Trying to pick up this ball here. Janikowski with a pass, but it is knocked down, but picked back up. And there's a good save there by Passmore. Now here Copens. Awkward pass, but picked back up by Reese Peacock. But the Marauders will get this ball. And now here comes Isabella Shergold. Here's Winnie. We'll go behind net. Passing it on. And it looks like we'll have a free position shot here for Vanessa Winnie. There comes Winnie. Fires it, just blocked by Passmore. That ball will go out, and it'll be a forced turnover to Ontario Tech. But that's blocked and knocked down, and now the Marauders are back on the attack here as Brenna Lombardo. Again, another foul called. And I believe Brianna Lombardo will have a chance here at a free position shot. Tough corner to fire at here. Opts for the pass, and there it is. A good pass from Lombardo to Winnie to get the Marauders up 2-1.
Assisted by number 11.
And a good opportunity there on that to take advantage of that free position shot there.
McMaster goal scored by number 6, Vanessa Winnie. Assisted by number 11, Brianna Lombardo.
Now here's a draw, quickly picked up by McMaster. They've been winning a lot of these draws here. And here's Prino. And a quick shot, but that's blocked by Passmore. Now a big fight for this ball here. Finally picked up by Sophia Steele. Steele looking for a pass. And that pass is thrown away as that will trickle out of bounds. But it will remain Marauders' ball. As Andrea Cerrone will start. Pass it to Prino. Prino gets that knocked out, but no call. Prino scooping that back up. There'll be a foul called. And it'll be a Prino's ball as she opts for a pass. And the pass is good. Perino to steal to get the Marauders up 3-1. Another good foul taken advantage of here in the second quarter.
Who scored that goal? It was 10, assisted by 5.
Now we'll have a timeout here
McMaster goal.
right in the
Scored by
middle
number 10, Sophie Steele.
of this second
Assisted by
quarter.
number 5, Annika Perino.
Now it'll be Miriam for Ontario Tech and Perino for McMaster taking this draw. And that ball is loose, but it is scooped up by Samantha Blair. Blair making way all the way. Quick pass. As Audrey Taylor with a little bit of room with some speed, but not able to get through. Now here's Taylor. Copens now with it. Copens with some moves. Finds some room. Fires it and gets through. Copens fires it to get past Dinatelli. Bringing this game back to a one-goal game as it's now 3-2. A great sling there by Isabella Copens.
Ontario Tech goal.
Now here's Stephanie Park and Rachel Holmes to take the draw. And that's quickly scooped up by Taylor. And Taylor loses that ball. And that's loose. There comes Grace Mubaila. Looking for some room, but that ball gets knocked down. Scoop back up. by Holmes, and now the Marauders are on the attack, led by Holmes. A quick pass that just gets over the head of Mary Lloyd, and this ball will be picked back up by Ontario Tech, and Audrey Taylor has it again. And here's Jamie Gillespie. And a foul will be called. I believe that's Gia LeBlanc who will start with the ball now. Looking for some fires, but it is easily scooped up by Dinatelli. Dinatelli running out. Now is Brianna Lombardo. Quick pass to Mary Lloyd. Mary Lloyd with a little bit of room. Fires it, but it's blocked by Passmore. A big fight for this ball, but it will be picked back up by Rachel Holmes, who's now waiting to reorganize her offense here. Nicholas to Lombardo. Lombardo over to Holmes, but Holmes isn't quite able to grasp that. Picked back up by Nichols. Lombardo with it again. And that ball just scoots away from Morgan Randall. And it'll be a turnover. Now Passmore looking to get something started here. Less than 2 minutes left in this second quarter. Ontario Tech still down by 1. Here comes the Ridgebacks. Another fight for this ball. Now Copens with it. Time running down here for the Ridgebacks. Copens again. Copens with some moves, trying to find room. Not able to sling a shot off. Copens retreating, looking for some help. And a quick shot there, fired and passes. And now Ontario Tech equalizes this game 3-3 with only 30 seconds left in the second quarter. And that was Jolie Jankowski with that goal for the Ridgebacks.
Ontario Tech goal, scored by number 24, Jolie Jankowski.
This draw quickly won by the Ridgebacks. And here's Peacock, but that just scoots away. Peacock to Copens. Copens looking for some room, but that ball's dropped and easily picked up by Dinatelli. And the time will expire here in the second quarter. now with a tied game 3-3. Please join us as we go into halftime. And welcome back here to Justin True Stadium as we go into the third quarter. A tie game here between Ontario Tech and McMaster. And this draw will be easily won by the Marauders. Here comes Julia Green with some speed, looking for some room, but not able to get a shot off. And that ball is knocked down. But Ontario Tech will pick it up. And now it's the Ridgebacks' turn on the attack, as this wide shot is easily intercepted. Now here's Perino. Perino had the first goal of the game. Passing it back to Julia Green. Back to Perino. Perino to Green. Back to Perino. And that was an attempt there by Mary Lloyd, but a stick gets in the way and that ball will go out, but it'll still remain McMaster's ball. And it looks like we have a free position shot here for Mary Lloyd. So now it's Lloyd and Passmore. Mary Lloyd. Anxiously waiting for this whistle here as her teammates get into position. There comes Lloyd. Fires it, but it is easily picked up by Passmore. Couldn't get a heavy sling on that. Now Passmore will get this Ontario Tech offense started. Quick throw there by Passmore to Copens. A quick shot there. Found, and I believe that was Copens who found that shot there. Good work by Copens. And that's her second goal of the game. And now, for the first time in this game, Ontario Tech is leading 4-3. And this draw easily won by the Marauders. There he comes Perino with speed. Perino fires it, but it just gets away, and it will go out. I hear Cerrone looking for some help. Mary Lloyd. And a quick shot there. And now McMaster equalizes it with a shot from Vanessa Winnie. That's Winnie's second goal of the match to equalize this game.
Scored by number 6, Vanessa Winnie. Assisted by number 20, Michelle Kosher.
A fight for this ball, but it'll be picked back up by McMaster. And here comes Mary Lloyd. Mary Lloyd not able to get a shot off. Passmore easily picks that up. Now here's Gia LeBlanc. Gia LeBlanc has some room, but she is shoved, and there will be a whistle there. So now Gia LeBlanc will have an opportunity here for a free position shot. Dinatelli's been doing great on saves all day, but let's see what Gia LeBlanc can do. Opts for the pass, but that pass just scoots away from Miriam. And now fight for this ball. Ontario Tech struggling to get these passes off. And here's Stephanie Park looking to get something started here. And here's Gia LeBlanc. No. But there's a whistle blown as there was a foul before the play. So now Dinatelli coming upfield, looking for an opening. Dinatelli still looking for a pass here. Five minutes left in this third quarter. McMaster looking to get on top. And here comes the pass, picked up by Perino, but it's dropped on the ground, but a whistle is called here, and it will be Perino's ball. Perino pass on to Lombardo. Now Steele with a quick pass and shoots it. A quick pass from Steele to Perino to get McMaster on top 5-4. And that's Perino's second goal of the game. Her first being the first goal for McMaster.
McMaster goal, scored by number 5, Annika Perino. Assisted by number 10, Sophie Steele.
And this draw won by Ontario Tech. Stephanie Park. And here comes a good run, but blocked by McMaster's strong defense. Perino getting in her face. And a whistle will be blown. And a yellow card will be issued to Perino. And now Ontario Tech, down by 1, will be a woman up in the last 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this third quarter. And it also looks like Copens will have a free position shot here. And here comes Copens. Slings that, and it just gets away and goes out. Ontario Tech will keep possession here. Still a woman up. And here's Taylor. Not able to get anywhere, but another foul called. Now it'll be Audrey Taylor's turn for a free position shot here. And here comes Taylor. Fires it. Another whistle blown. But it'll be a turnover. And now Dinatelli will start off. An opportunity here squandered by Ontario Tech with a woman up. 1 minute 40 seconds left. McMaster looking to get out of this woman down situation. A little cat and mouse chase here. And here comes Dinatelli running upfield, looking for a pass. And another yellow card will be issued. This time it'll be to Mackenzie Renault for Ontario Tech, and the teams are now in equal strength. Dinatelli looking to get something started here with only a minute left. Fight for this ball here, but it's picked up by Julia Green, and here comes Green. Green with some speed, fires it, but it is scooped up by Passmore. Now Copens. Copens tries to get around, but now another whistle will be called. And now Copens will start with the ball here with only 29 seconds left in the third quarter. A pass that gets away and picked back up by Perino. And here's a long toss. And there's Sophie Steele, but it is blocked by Passmore. A good stop by Passmore. She has 9 saves on the game. And the time will expire here in the third quarter, leaving this game 5-4 in favor of McMasters. Please stick with us as we go into a small break. Welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium as we're about to get into to the fourth and final quarter of this Ontario Tech McMaster game. McMaster leading Ontario Tech 5-4. And here's the draw. Quickly picked up by McMaster. And here comes Vanessa Winnie. A rough pass that's intercepted. Now it'll be the Ridgebacks' turn. There'll be a foul called. And now an uncontested Samantha Blair will pass this off, but it'll get away. Now Isabella Shergold. And again, this is intercepted and picked up by Samantha Blair. But Blair retreating. Passing it to Taylor. Taylor on to Peacock. Batsford trying to get around Perino. Pass this on to Gia LeBlanc. Samantha Blair Taylor, or Peacock, sorry. And Peacock will pass to Taylor. Taylor not able to get a shot off. And this ball will come loose and it'll return to the Marauders here. And here comes Mary Lloyd. And here's Sophie Steele passing it back. Sophie Steele again. Now Winnie passing it on to Green. Green looking for space. Now Randall. Steele makes a shot, but it is blocked by defensive player. But picked back up by the Marauders. And now we'll have a turnover as Passmore starts with the ball. Passmore looking to get something started here as Ontario Tech still trails by 1. And that ball is loose in midfield. Picked back up. And here comes the Marauders. Holmes waiting for her teammates. Pass it on to Steele. Steele onto Lombardo. And that ball just scoots away. And that will go out. And now here comes the Ridgebacks. Copens with speed, looking for some room. A quick pass, but that just scoots away. Mackenzie Renault not able to get control of that, but we will have a free position shot here being taken by Renault. Here comes Renault. Shoots, but it is easily blocked by DiNatelli. Here's Taylor putting pressure on DiNatelli. Lombardo making her way down the line here. Finds a pass in Surayon. Now Steele with it. Being pressured by Mumbaila. Some good screening there by Mumbaila on Sophie Steele. Now Perino.
When you're doing the highlights, you could just cut out the 2 Trent games from yesterday and the 1 from today.
Okay.
We'll just upload them as full, like just the full game
Okay.
videos as well.
I still need to talk to Dino about getting into the thing.
Oh, I can do it too.
I have the info, but I need help. Like remember, it won't. I
Yeah,
need to give her.
try logging in right now, because I have access to the email address right here, so I can approve it.
Okay.
If you want, it might
Now with less than 8 minutes left in this final quarter,
slot in the back that has the
Ontario Tech struggling to take advantage of their opportunities here. Now here's Sophie Steele. Sirion back to Steele. Steele to Sirion. A quick pass, but that is blocked by Passmore. A good try there by Perino. Now here comes Randall. Now Cerrone back to Steele. And that just scoots by Steele, and it'll be a turnover. Passmore waiting for the shifts to finish. Now Copens with it. Copens has speed. Now here comes Copens. And she's blocked, and there will be a foul called. And a yellow card issued to McMaster. I believe that was issued to Elisa Nicholas. But now Copen will start with the ball. And a good opportunity here to be a woman up, down by 1. Here comes the Ridgebacks. A quick pass. And that ball just gets away. Taylor retaining it. Taylor on a Peacock. Peacock off to Copens.
Yeah.
Copens to Peacock. Now here's Copens with an opportunity. But it is swallowed up by DiNatale. Copens putting the pressure on DiNatale, but there will be a whistle called. Shergold looking to get this out of the Marauder zone. And a whistle is called. Now here's Cerrone. But it looks like it'll be a forced turnover here to Ontario Tech, who are still a woman up here with 4 minutes left. Now here's Jakowski. And a good opportunity here. Fires and gets it. An equalizing goal here.
21.
Gia LeBlanc ties this game up with 4 minutes left in the final quarter. Ontario Tech finally taking advantage of that woman up opportunity. Now a timeout called here as there's 4 minutes left in this final quarter.
It's probably.
Now here's an important draw. And it will go out, and it will be Ontario Tech's ball. Copens will start off with it. Good opportunity here for Ontario Tech with 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. Here's Randall putting the pressure on Copens. Copens easily gets around Randall. Now to Taylor. Taylor being screened there by Shergold. That's a good screen. Taylor will pass it back to Copens. Now here comes Copens. Not able to get anywhere with it. A little pass back to Park. Park on. Copens again with it. Copens with some speed. A little screen there, and the ball gets away. But is recovered by Ontario Tech. And there's only 2 minutes left in this final quarter. Now Gia LeBlanc. Quick little pass there to Copens. Now Peacock. Peacock with a high pass, but that'll get away and it'll go out of bounds. It was a good deflection there by JJ Hesh. Ontario Tech still looking to take advantage of this possession here. And a whistle is called. Now Taylor will start as there is only 1 minute left. And here's a good shot. And there it is. Ontario Tech takes the lead 6-5 with less than a minute left. A good goal there by Samantha Blair to take the lead. Ontario Tech lost their first 2 games in yesterday, but this could be an opportunity for Ontario Tech to get their first win of this tournament. And we'll have a turnover. But intercepted by Park. Another whistle blown here. 21 seconds left. I believe we'll have a free position shot here for Ontario Tech. And if I'm not mistaken, this shot will be taken by Copens. Isabella Copens with a good opportunity to seal the deal here for Ontario Tech. Does not shoot. Instead opts for a pass here. Time is expiring here. 7 seconds left. A whistle called here with only 4 seconds left in this final quarter. And that will be it. Ontario Tech takes the lead in the dying seconds of this match here, winning 6-5 against McMaster. That game-winning goal there by Samantha Blair. Now please stick with us, as at 2:15, Brock and Queens will be facing off for the last game of this tournament at Justin Chu Stadium.
between the Queens Gales and the Brock Badgers. Queens off to a rocking start here.
They always get
So it is Queens out to an early 1-0 lead here after picking up that quick goal. Queens came off of a 12-5 win against McMaster to start the morning off. Brock coming off of a loss to the Trent Excaliburs. They fell 17-5, but the star player for them was Abby Holiday, who picked up 4 goals en route to that loss. Queens had much more of a team effort, spreading that ball around, multiple players picking up 2 goals, and a lot more just picking up single. So there's Piper Scott heading that over to Quinn, but she cannot connect there on that pass, and it's going to be the Badgers rolling the other way with Samet. So here comes Brock, really pushing the pace here. Samet passing that back, but cannot connect there with Lucy Lee. And so here comes Grabalis. And Grabalis is going to pass this up here to Murray. And Murray dumps that to McKelvey. And so Queen setting up behind the net. Back out to Dory. And a quick give and go here for Queens, trying to get a shot off. And that is a score, and I believe that was off of number 10, Sophia Wilson. And so Queens jumps out to a 2-0 lead. And so here comes the draw. And it's going to be between Shoemaker so that ball is up. Queens fighting for it. And it's going to be the Gales winning that one thanks to Taya Dory. And Dory now going downhill, connecting with McKelvey. And McKelvey's going to scoop that. And go behind the net. Can't connect with Murray there, and that's going to dribble down. And that is going to be scooped up, and that is Wilson once again. So Sophia Wilson picks up her second goal of the game, and it's 3-0 Gales now. So here comes the draw now. Brock looking to win a draw and get into their offensive set so that they can get a goal back here after falling down early. And there's a good draw win. And Cernjel takes down. And here's Shoemaker. And Winters passes that off. So Brock setting up looking to get some cuts going. There goes Lee. Couldn't find an opening. And there goes the Badgers and ripping that shot just off target. And so Shoemaker getting set here behind the net, passing that over to Lee. Lee's going to take a cut. Going to opt to go for the middle of the field. And a quick jab step there by Levitt. And there is a foul. And I believe that was Gabby Winters taking the brunt of that hit. And so she will have a free position shot. Winters here getting set. Looking to get one on the board for the Badgers. Rips a shot and right into the hands of Aaron Hull. And now it's Queens going the other way. Passing that over to McKelvey. And there's a turnover. So the Badgers will have possession, and it'll get started here with Mila Fishley. Fishley looking to get through the midfield. Pass is bobbled there by Samet, but she recovers. And in comes the Badgers here, pressuring against Queens. Aiken getting a pass off. Badgers waiting, spinning. Holiday looking for an opening. And it looks like she may have caught a high stick to the face, and it's Queens going the other way. And so here goes Queens. And Holiday is still back there. McKelvey looking for some passes. Finds McKee behind the net. There's Tyadori. Dory makes a cut to the middle. And there's a quick pass and just over the net. And that was a nice shot by Summer Thomas, but just off target. So 6:20 on the board. Down the field goes Abby Penner. Penner getting caught up there in that midfield, and Queens does a great job of swarming those players trying to get across the midfield. They did that in their win against McMaster. Just made it very hard on Mac to get anything going offensively. But here comes Brock. They're able to make it through. Quick jab step, looking for that shot just to the right. A nice shot there by Gabby Winters. Brock with possession still. Brock moving. Holiday there, getting shoved. And Holiday loses that ball. There is a whistle down. So Brock is going to start very close to that Queen's net. Looking for a pass. Holiday being patient here. Holiday with the scoop shot, but it is deflected by Hull. And Aaron Hull, the former Gales Rookie of the Year, makes that stop. And there's a good spin move by Winters. Winters making her presence known early on, commanding the Brock offense. There goes Winters once again, looking for space. Winters going to take that shot, but it goes right into the stick of Aaron Hull. A good rip by Winters, but an even better save by Hull. And Hull is dribbling this ball. She's got pressure on her by a couple Badgers. She's just going to get rid of it. So Queens escapes. And there's a ground ball. It's a foot race. And it's won by McKelvey, but swatted out. And the Gales finally picked that up after a short battle. And there's a great interception by the Badgers going the other way here. A great snag by Levitt. And so Brock goes all the way back into Queen's territory and then turns it over. Just about 3 minutes left on the clock. And so here come the Gales looking to strike once again with just about 2 minutes 20 left. And here's another chance, and that finds the back of the net, and it is a great score for the Gales. And I believe that came off of Kiara McKelvey's stick. That was a great shot there by number 1, Kiara McKelvey, getting that assist from Abby Lee. And so Brock needs to reset going into this second quarter, and they're hoping to snag a quick goal here with just about a minute 40 on the clock here.
Queen's goal scored by number 1, Kiera McKelvey, assisted by number 22, Abby Lee.
And down the field go the Gales here. Pushing the pace is Rutledge, and Rutledge looks for that score, and she does it all by herself. And that's a quick 5-0 lead coming from number 5. And so Queens is really dumping it on right here.
Queen's goal scored by number 5, Rutledge.
And so about 40 seconds left on the clock here as Brock is going to take possession off that draw. And spinning here is Therian. She's going to get that ball through the midfield with the help of Lee. Lucy Lee looking for a pass. Finds Shoemaker there. There was some solid defense by Abby Lee on that play, but gets called for a foul. So Lucy Lee here finding an opening. Great pass there. And here's Holiday trying to spin, trying to find space, but she runs out of time. So it is a 5-0 lead for Queens heading into that second quarter. Stick with us as we have a short 2-minute break.
Welcome back to Justin Chu Stadium as we start off this second quarter here with Queens up 5-0 against Brock. Here's Carson Fowler and Ali Shoemaker taking this, but it will be Queens ball. And here's Fowler. Sophia Wilson. A little scuffle there between Megan Letowski, but here's Letowski. A quick pass. And there's a good shot there by Megan Letowski to get an early goal here for Queens, making this game 6-0. So Megan Letowski starting off the first minute of the second quarter with a goal.
That's a Queens goal scored by number 7, Megan Letowski, assisted by number 8, Tara Meikle.
Queens wins this possession here. Sophia Wilson. On to Victoria Murray. Murray back to Wilson. Throwing around the horn here. And here's Latowski again. And here's Victoria Murray. But a good screen there by Gabby Winters. Latowski passes on to Fowler. Fowler being pressured here. Fowler again. Loses that ball, but it will be scooped back up by Wilson. So the Gales still on attack here. Now here's Murray with some quick footwork. Quick shot, but that will not make its way there. And now Miel McKnight will start this offense here. Some good footwork by Leighton Therian. Shoemaker waiting for her team to get in position here. Holiday. Holiday's got dangerous speed, scoring 4 goals in the last game. You cannot leave her unguarded. Now Winters. Here's a good screen by Leah Quinn. And here's Winters, a quick pass, but it just scoots away, and there will be a whistle called. And we'll have our first free position shot of this quarter. And here's the shot, but easily scooped up by Aaron Hull. Now here comes the Gales. On to Leah Quinn. Summer Thomas now looking for a gap, passes it on to Piper Scott. Good little pass to Leah Quinn. Badgers putting up a strong screen here against the Gales. So it appears that we'll have another free position shot here, this time being taken by Abby Lee. And here's Abby Lee, fires, but just misses, and that will go out. The Badgers really trying to get out of their zone only having one opportunity this quarter, and still no answer to the Gales' 6 goals so far. And here's another shot. And that was Tara Meikle with her 2nd goal of the day to make this a 7-0 game. Now it'll be Shoemaker and Robbins for the draw. That draw easily won by Robbins. Here's Brooke Rutledge. There'll be a whistle on the field. After a little bit of confusion, the ball will start in Rachel Wagner's possession. Abby Holiday with some great stick control to pick up that ball. And there's a foul. A great pass and a great shot there. The Badgers are now up 1, and I believe that was Shoemaker. And Shoemaker seals the deal. It looks like there was a little confusion as the original shot was not a goal, but that rebound and Shoemaker finally puts it in. And so Allie Shoemaker gets the Brock's first goal of this game, making it a 7-1 game. I had thought the first shot had gone in, but I lost the ball. And now here's the draw. And this is an easy draw win here by Queens. Sprinting on the field, Victoria Murray fires, but just off. That was a good control by Murray, but shot just wide. 4 minutes left in this second quarter. And a great pass and a great shot. Another great goal there, this time by Kiara McKelvey. Her 2nd of the game here. A good response to that Brock goal earlier, and this game is now 8-1. Brock struggling to win those draws, and it costs them a lot of possession time in their own end.
That is a Queens goal scored by number 1, Kiara McKelvey, assisted by number 8, Tara Meikle.
And now with 3 minutes left, here's the draw. This time picked up by the Badgers. Some good Here's Aiken. Wilson looking for some room here. Passes it on to Aiken. Now Penner on to Lucy Lee. Aiken finding some room, but there's a whistle call before the shot is made. And it looks like Brock will have an opportunity at a free position shot here. I believe it's Lucy Lee taking this shot. Fires, and it gets in there. Lucy Lee finds the bottom of that net and makes this game 8-2. This control won by Lee. Megan Letowski passes on to Brooke Rutledge. Rutledge moving up the field, 20 seconds left in this quarter. Here's Robbins looking for a shot. Fires. But I believe that was a goal, yes, by Taya Robbins. Caught off guard by the lack of celebration. And that Taya Robbins goal will bring this to a 9-2 game for Queens with 11 seconds left in this second quarter. And here will be the last draw of this quarter. And that will be turned over to Brock here with 5 seconds left. And there's the final whistle there. So that'll be the end of the second quarter with Queens leading Brock 9-2. Please stick with us as we go into this halftime.
Welcome back, Excalibur fans. We are here for the third quarter of Brock versus Queens. Queens very dominant in the first half of the game, leading 9-2 as we head into the third quarter.
I agree, Puffin. It was a really dominant first half from Queens. Brock was really struggling to move the ball down the field, especially closing when they got near the net.
Yeah, there was some issues with Brock on especially passing near the net. Many ground balls there leading to Queens able to take control and bring it to the other end.
I completely agree, and I'd like to give a special shout out to Abby Holiday.
Yeah, she has been the powerhouse of the Brock team, both in this game and in their previous one. And we are about to get underway.
That's fair.
Early on, Brock taking early, Queens getting early control of the ball here.
Piper Scott in control of the ball currently. They pass out to Kira McKelvey, who passes then to Taya Dory. That's Abby Lee, who goes in.
Getting Queens their first of the quarter. And that is Abby Lee's third of the game.
That is right. That is Abby Lee's third goal of this game, giving her a hat trick.
It's her first. It's her first. Correction there. That is her first of the game, third of the weekend. Back to the center now. And the ball is up. Queens able to get control of it. That is Taya Robbins.
Taya Robbins
it down the
moving
wing.
down. Very fast. Very lethal speed, but there is a whistle blown.
It's going to be a free ball for Queens after a foul.
Taya Robbins using that speed and creating distance.
Looking for a pass, finding Taya Dory. And then over to Brooke Rutledge holding the ball now.
Kira McKelvey goes in, looking around, trying to see who's open.
Finds Rutledge. This Brock defense doing well to keep Queens on the outside.
And that's Leah Quinn with the ball currently.
McKelney over to Dory. And it's on the ground. It's going out. It's going to be a scramble for the ball. It's looking at still scrambling.
Slippery ball here, Puffin.
And it's going to be out for Brock, it appears. And
Brock does get control here.
Sending it over to Theravin, who's bringing it down the center, moving off to the side. Good knock by Queens, but it's going to be deemed Brock's ball on a forced turnover.
That's Ali Shoemaker with the ball currently. Leighton Theron in the back there, looking to see, trying to make a move. Passes over the middle to Mackenzie Aiken.
It is a fumbled pass and right into the net of Aaron Hull.
Queen quickly moving down the field, getting into Brock territory.
That's Brooke Rutledge bringing the ball down and passing it over to Dory.
Taya Dory swings it out to Leah Quinn. Leah Quinn right over the middle, and it's blocked.
And an impressive block from Ella McKnight. But Brock in a pass intercepted immediately by Brooke Rutledge.
Queens is back in the driver's seat of this game.
looking like how they looked in the first half.
Yeah, it really is a continuation. Queens dominant. Brock getting small opportunities here and there, but struggling with passing when Queens is putting the pressure on.
That's going to be Kira McKelvey in the back there, who passes it out to Carson Faller. Back to McKelvey. They're trying to make magic happen here. McKelvey hangs on to the ball. He's looking around, seeing who's open. Passes out to Summer Thomas. Summer Thomas looking around, trying to see who's open. Taya Dory gets the ball here. Goes in. Dory shoots, but is saved by Myella McKnight.
And it's going to be Queen's ball at the edge as Brock pushes out Leah Quinn.
And that's exactly what Queens is doing so well, continuing to keep the ball in the presence of Brock's net.
It's going to be a a pre-position play for Queens. Good opportunity here. It's looking like Victoria Murray is taking it.
Victoria Murray goes. She does shoot.
And it's going to be blocked by a Brock defender. Not quite clear who.
Brock is moving down the field very quickly. An open lane right past the middle, heading into Queens' defensive territory.
That's Mackenzie
does
Aiken
get
bringing
knocked
it all the
down.
way down. And it is fouled right just outside of the crease for Queens, making it a forced turnover.
Brock is going to maintain possession of the ball right here in Queens' territory, trying to cut the lead down as much as they can before this third quarter ends.
And that's Ruby Sherry going in. But the Queens pressure is a little too much. Pass to the center, and it's intercepted.
Queens is moving down the field very fast to get an open lane, using that lethal speed to get there.
Brock tripping Queens, staying up ahead. That was Ella Moore bringing
Megan
it all the way
Latowski currently
down.
has it, swings it out to Kira McKelvey. And we're back looking over here where Brock could not capitalize on the scoring opportunity they have. We're back with Queens being in control.
Yeah, and Summer Thomas holding on, passing it over to Piper Scott. Back to Thomas. As Queens look for an opening, Thomas finds it, but is blocked. It's going to be a It's going to be to the goalie here, as McKnight's looking for an opening to send the ball back down into the Queens defensive zone. And an amazing pass nearly half the field over to Aisha Hoover.
Brock moving down. They always manage to get there very quickly, and they look strong, but they cannot finish. Again, that seems to be the point that is proven here. As the Queens goalie, Aaron Hall, maintains possession of it and passes it out to Teo Robbins. Sorry, to Piper Scott is moving down the field here. Piper Scott passes it out to Megan Latowski, who passes it to Kira McKelvey, who scores to increase that lead.
A beautiful goal from McKelvey, finding the bottom left corner and getting a beautiful shot in there. That is going to be her third of the game.
Kira McKelvey has been all over the ball this game, and she was all over the ball the last time Queens played. She really has to get a special mention about how much she is doing for the Queens team.
She's definitely been one of the more important players to this Queens team.
All right. Going to this draw here, Brock needs to have something happen to cut this lead down to make it a chance for them to come back.
Yeah, for any chance. But it's going to be a very difficult one, as Queens, we've seen one of the best teams behind only Trent here in the pre-championship tournaments. And immediately a nice try from number 8, Tara McKill for Queens, but it's deflected off by McKnight.
Queens again stays in the driver's seat, making sure they're getting all these shots on net. They have 11 goals, but with 15 shots on net, they've been just all over
Yeah.
Brock's defensive side of the field.
It's very clear that gap in between these two teams. When you look at their season, Brock has been closer to the bottom or the middle of the standings overall, whereas Queens has been dominant. We saw Queens being that domination from Queens earlier this morning when they took on McMaster and won 12-5.
That was a nice spin move that gets them down the field here. Brock again looking to capitalize on any sort of momentum that they can get going.
Yeah, that's Wiseman bringing it down over to Hoover.
Hoover's still looking around who they have.
Passing it over to Shoemaker as Queens keeps Brock to the outside. Over to Mortimer. And it's now
in the hands of Lucy Lee, who passes it out
to Penner. Penner pushing in, but it's going to be a yellow card called against Queens. That's going to put Brock a woman up.
Now, Brock being a woman up in this position is very good for them. As we said before, they need all the momentum they can get, and I think one goal could start that.
I will have to disagree with you there, but it will definitely allow them to mitigate this Queens offense at least a little bit. A shot that goes wide there is caught by Aaron Hull, who's now looking for a pass to bring that ball forward.
Aaron Hall has had a wonderful game with 6 shots on net and only allowing 2 to go in. She has truly been a really big cornerstone of this defensive masterclass that Queens have been putting on today.
Absolutely.
You disagree there with me too, Buffett?
No. Yeah, it explains why Aaron Hull won Rookie of the Year last year for Queens. I mean, we're seeing it with her ability to just be a wall on that in the net.
I think it shows why Queens is such a powerhouse right now with such a great defensive player, even in the goalie position, and their offense has been proven today many times to be so strong.
Yeah. Drop ball from Queens, but it's deemed a foul with a forced turnover.
The ball is currently in the hands of Brooke Rutledge trying to make something happen here.
Yep.
Passes it out to Megan Latowski, who swings it to Tara Meikle.
Back over to Rutledge. Looking for an opening, doesn't find it, and it's straight into the net of McKnight.
There is a whistle blown here.
It's going to be back over to McKnight.
McKnight absolutely launches that.
And it's going to be picked up by Brock. Hoover just past the midpoint as Brock is going to settle into an offensive position here around the Queen's net.
Making a spin move in the back there, trying anything to get some points to put on the board in this second half.
But Queens showing that they are equally good at defense as offense as Aaron Hull takes the ball and is going to send it forward. A perfect pass over to Dory, who's going to send it even farther up to Latowski.
Latowski moving down, passing it back to one of her favorites to pass to, Brooke. Sorry, that is not Brooke Rutledge. That is Tara Meikle. Those two have been incredible together, working together, trying to put this ball into the net there.
We're going to get Queens settling into their offensive, rotating the ball. Ball is a ground ball, and Brock That is Mortimer able to take control of it, but it's back. Queens fighting it back to the ground. We have a scramble for the ball.
Does get knocked out, and it looks like they're still going for it, but it looks
It's
like Queens
looking
is
like-
going to be the
Yeah.
winner of this.
That is Abby Lee able to get control of the ball, and
Quick
a
shot
wide
taken,
shot
but it's slightly to the
from
left.
Teodori.
Queens stays in control here with under a minute left to go in the third quarter. If you're Brock here, you're just wondering, can we stop them and make sure no more points get put on the board before the fourth quarter? Looks like,
We got
That
Letowski.
again,
Oh.
we have this corner with Tara Meikle and Letowski going back and forth. And Meikle comes around the corner trying to make something happen. We get someone in the open
And
here.
there it
and
is.
it looks like
That will be
Abby
Abby
Lee.
Lee getting her second of the game, bringing Queens up to 12.
And that was an incredible pass by
And-
Tara Meikle
Yeah,
to allow
assisted,
Abby Lee.
getting an assist on that play.
With 27 seconds left to go, you're hoping, if you're a Brock fan, that Brock can win this draw and move down the field very quickly and just equalize what just happened with Queens
Yeah.
there.
Unfortunately, we are well reaching the point where it is very much damage mitigation for Brock, less so than any sort of attempts at a win.
I completely agree, Puff, and I think a comeback at this point is still definitely possible, and if it happened, it would be a great story to tell.
Well, I do agree it'd be a great story. A comeback like this against Queens, that it just doesn't happen.
Let's see what they can make happen. It looks like
It's going to be a bit of a
Queens
scramble for the ball,
is going
but
to
that
win the
is
draw.
going to be Abby Lee getting control of it, although she is being pushed pretty far into the Queens zone.
It looks like Queens has no want to push the score up anymore, and they are just going to try to
Yep.
run the clock out in the back of their
Aaron
own
Hull
defensive
over
area.
to Lee, who is just going to run out the last 5 seconds here. Back to Hull.
And with that, the third quarter comes
That
to a
is the
close.
end of the third quarter. We're going to be taking a brief 2-minute break here as we head into the fourth. Do not go anywhere as we head towards the conclusion of our final game of this tournament at Trent this weekend.
welcome back as we are about to start the fourth quarter and final quarter of this lacrosse match between Queens and Brock. Again, if you're Queens, you're hoping to just maintain this lead of 12-2, as Brock is looking to regain those 10 points that they're missing to even just tie this game up. Fuller is in the middle for Queens as we wait to see who wins this first draw control here. Shoemaker comes in for Brock. And we're underway in this fourth quarter and final quarter of today's tournament. It looks like Brock does win their first draw control, as Brock starts moving down the field. It looks like that is Addison Williams who passes it out. Currently, Ali Shoemaker has the ball currently, trying to make something happen, get around. But Queen's defense is prevailing, and they are making this really difficult for any Brock offensive player to get anything going. Ali Shoemaker being pushed farther and farther away. Looking around, hoping to pass this ball off to really anybody. They dump it off there to Mackenzie Aiken. Mackenzie Aiken goes up, but again, Queen's defense stays strong. So she has to dump it off to Gabby Winters. Gabby Winters trying to make something happen. A nice jab move, but she loses the ball as a whistle is blown.
It's a foul against Queens.
And Brock is going to have forced turnover.
So it's going to be passed to Mackenzie Aiken. Brock holding on to the ball, but struggling against the Queen's defense. And there's a whistle on the field.
Couldn't agree more, Alex. A little bit of confusion here on who has the ball, but it looks like it is going to be in the possession of Queens. Yes, it is. There we go. Forced turnover for Brock forces Queens to get the ball back. And we're going to see if Queens can continue this offensive masterclass into the fourth quarter, with Elizabeth Grabales having the ball currently, moving down the field with ease. Swinging it out to Kiera McKelvey, who is back behind the net here, where she has been for most of this game. McKelvey still with the ball, passing it out to Victoria Murray, who's going to stop it before it rolls out of bounds. And they're going to reset here and see what they can do. So whistle blown. It is forced turnover for Brock. That is one of the few times this game that Brock has been able to stop Queens on offense.
Michaela Fishley with the ball. And she's going to pass it off to Abby Holiday.
Abby Holiday has had such a game today, and she had such a game in the last one too. Honestly, without her, you wonder where Brock would be in either of these last two games. Abby Holiday is still with possession of the ball, sitting in the corner, trying to make something happen here. A nice spin move and a pass out to Gabby Winters, who takes it back out again. Queen's defense proving to be difficult to stop. It's a breakthrough.
Goes back to Abby Holiday with possession of the ball.
Queen staying really, really close to Abby, not giving her a chance to make any moves happen. The more time Queens can force Brock to waste, the better for them. And that's Elizabeth Grabali's here, locking down Abby Holiday, which has been proven to be very hard to do today. As I say that, she makes a move but gets fouled.
So we have a free position shot for Brock. And it's going to be Abby Holiday taking the shot.
A chance to lower Queens' lead here, but it looks like it's slightly right. And it's going to be no good. Just to the right of the pipes. Brox does stay in position of the ball, though, with another chance to lower this lead and mount a comeback. As they go, it does get blocked, and it's picked up by Queens. That's Avery Peck moving down the field. There is a whistle blown, though. It looks like it's going to stay in Queens' possession as she passes it back out to Elizabeth Grabales. Swings it forward to Leah Quinn. Queens is back on the attack. Their defense staying strong and allowing them to maintain control for this entire second half of this game. And that's Usher, who passes it out to Quinn, who then passes it to McKelvey. McKelvey trying to make something happen, trying to find who's open. Swings it out to Letowski. Letowski moving up, charging forward, but fumbles the ball, picked back up by Queens. That's going to be Abby Lee, who swings it out back to McKelvey. McKelvey's searching. Passing it back out to who I believe is Letowski. Back to McKelvey. It feels like it is the McKelvey show for this current possession and of offensive attack.
And it's Abby Lee with the ball right now. Passing it off to Piper Scott.
With possession. Swings it out to Leah Quinn, trying to make something happen. And McKelvey shoots and she scores to increase the lead to 11 points with 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this game.
Is that the first one of the quarter? And it's the first goal of the quarter for Queens.
That is the first goal of the quarter for Queens, and that honestly is just a statement goal for Queens, proving that they started hot and they're going to end hot as well.
And we're back in play. Brock with the ball right now.
Brock wins the draw, but does lose it there as Queens picks it back up. That's going to be Taya Dory moving down the field, playing slow, allowing her team to catch up so they can start this offensive attack.
Goes to Rachel Wagner for Brock. with possession right now.
Passes it back out to Myella McKnight. That's going to be Chloe Wiseman with the ball, trying to pick it up, and she beautiful pass out to Jenna Cernjul, who gets another whistle called. And it looks like Brock is going to stay in possession here and see if they can make something happen on offense. And I know I sound like a broken record when I say that Queen's defense is hard to break, but it truly is. Brock trying everything they have in their bag. Lucy Lee with possession right now. Swings it out. But Queen's goalie Aaron Hall, who has had such a wonderful game today, continues to put on such a masterclass.
Aria Rusidier with the ball right now. Passes it out for Queens, Summer Thomas. Still in possession of the ball. Passes it to McElvey. And Rutledge.
Another whistle is blown here. We're going to see if this stays in the possession of Queens or if it's going to be a forced turnover for Brock. It looks like Queens is going to stay in possession here, as this is a free position shot taken by who I believe to be is Summer Thomas. Summer Thomas shoots, but Myella McKnight gets a very nice block and immediately swings it out here to Chloe Wiseman. Aisha Hoover picks it up and is running down the field using that lethal speed that we've seen. She almost goes all the way, but a whistle is blown right before she could shoot. And it looks like there's going to be a forced turnover. I stand corrected. It's going to be a free position play for Aisha Hoover. And it is blocked by Aaron Hall and picked up by Queens as they're going to try to go the distance yet again. The midfield has been something they do not need to worry about, as they have had no issues there. But Brock does actually manage to gain possession back this time. It's Aisha Hoover again, passing it out to Mackenzie Aiken. Hoover again with the ball. Another whistle is blown. It looks like it's going to be a forced turnover, and Queens again has control with 3 minutes left to go, Alex. I think a score of 13-2 is almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, we'll see if Brock can get another goal.
At this point, Brock scoring is just trying to lessen the blow for what is inevitable to happen. With 3 minutes left to go and Queen's defense being this strong and their offense only being stronger, Brock is definitely having a tough time today.
Piper Scott taking it up the field here. Passing it off.
Queen's bobbling a little bit. Kiara McKelvey. McKelvey has been lethal on offense today, being a part of what feels like every goal.
Back to Victoria Murray. And passing the ball off again. I believe Kennedy or Ella Moore taking a shot on net. Gets picked back up by Brock.
Brock in control, but they're immediately double teaming there. They actually lose control on that pass, but they do pick it back up. That is going to be Chloe Wiseman again, moving down the field. As Queens does a behind the back pass and gets it.
We have a fight for the ball here. Looks like it's going to be a Brock ball.
We have Samantha Wilson moving down the field, but a whistle is blown before anything can happen. Brock stays in possession and swings it out to Rachel Wagner. Right, correction, Kylie Mortimer. Mortimer back with the ball, who gives it out to Addison Williams, and Addison Williams is going to pass it over to Gabby Winters again. It's Shoemaker trying to fight for the ball back there, but it looks like Queens might take control. They're still going. It's a ground ball teetering on the edge of being out of bounds, and it looks like it does eventually roll out of bounds.
We have a whistle on the field here. Looks like it's going to be a Queens ball.
Queens with a minute left to go in this game passes it out of bounds, an accidental pass there, allowing Brock to get another possession in Queens territory.
Aisha Hoover picking that up. Looking for some open space here, someone to pass to. And finds Gabby Winters. So it's still a Brock ball here. We have Abby Penner passing it off. Missed pass. And Brock looks like they can pick it back up, but goes out of bounds.
With under a minute to go here, matter of fact, under 40 seconds to go of play clock here. Queens stays in control, and just like the end of the third quarter, it looks like they may just try to chew clock in their own zone to finish this game out here.
Elizabeth Grabalis bringing up the ball. Passing it off.
Summer Thomas progresses the ball forward. It gets in the hands of Piper Scott, who might go for another shot here, and it looks like it is Kiera McKelvey. My correction, I believe that might be Leah Quinn who scored that one.
So we have 11 seconds on the clock
So
here.
Leah Quinn with 11 seconds on the clock. And it looks like they are just going to call it there with a final score of Queens 14 and Brock 2. Thank you for joining us for today's tournament. And I hope to see you next time on Sunday, September 28th, when the soccer team takes on Queens at 1 p.m. It'll be on OUA.tv. Thank you all again for watching, and I'll see you then.